very much. Welcome everyone. We have a full house tonight. Today is June 26, 2024, and this is our 5 o'clock work session. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. I believe we have Judge Reed Rohr here. Is that right? Yes, sir. There he is. You're hiding back there. How you doing, sir?
Doing good, Judge. How are
Good.
you?
Good. Appreciate you being with us
I'll
tonight.
be quick. You all don't have much to do tonight. So.
It's all good. We always have time for you, sir.
Okay. I'm with the Frankfurt Interfaith Council, and we appreciate the. I noticed in your agenda it said I was a Christian Scientist. I am not.
Okay.
Obviously a Christian, but I'm not a Christian Scientist.
Alrighty.
We have one on the board if you want. All right, let's all bow our heads a second here. Lord of all people, we thank you for your presence and your guidance at the Fiscal Court meeting this evening. The county judge and the members here of the Fiscal Court are here today to discuss some very important matters, and we ask God's wisdom and his assistance. May the Fiscal Court do what is righteous in their sight and in God's sight, and what is good for the community. Lord, grant that in their search for meaning and purpose, and in all their deliberations, they constantly seek your wisdom. Grant that in every decision they make, they look for and look in the direction of your encouragement and for your direction. Further, I thank you, God, for the measure of certainty and protection and peace that you have afforded them and me. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Before we get started on public comments, our county attorney would like to make an announcement, statement, I guess.
One of the items on the agenda tonight is regarding a property at Hickman Hill, and because that is on the agenda, we would not be able to take any public comments regarding that Hickman Hill property. So, being that it's already been in planning and zoning and there were public comments there, and unless a hearing is held here, we would not be able to take public comments on that issue.
Alrighty. Go ahead, Squire Blackburn.
I just want to ask for clarification. Since it's not a public hearing, that's the reason we're not taking public comments?
That is correct, where I wouldn't want it to be said that any public comment to be made before this that was not on the official record would sway a vote one way or another, would be considered by a member of the Fiscal Court.
Alrighty. So at this time, I'm going to ask, is there any public comments about anything else than that agenda item? Mel, come on.
Thanks. I was not able to get on the agenda, so I'm going to squeeze in my report, my Josephine Sculpture Park report.
That's perfect.
May I do that?
Max is going to set the timer because I have
Okay.
to do everybody the same. It's
Can
3
I-
minutes, so
let me-
this will be the
okay, let me
fastest
just-
presentation you ever
It's
give.
going to be so fast that you
But
guys
we
are going to have
appreciate
to
you
come out and
coming to give
visit.
us an update on the Sculpture Park.
Yes.
For the
well, I'm
audience,
happy
why
to
don't
be
you
here.
go ahead and say who you are and who you're with?
Oh, he's got it. Okay. I'm Melanie Van Houten. I'm the founder and executive director of Josephine Sculpture Park. Thank you all for having me. I want to thank the Fiscal Court for your investment in the park as we celebrate 15 years.
Wow.
Can you believe it? It's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Our mission is to connect people to each other and the land through the arts. We provide community art and nature education and transformative opportunities to artists while conserving Kentucky's native rural landscape. By investing in Josephine Sculpture Park, you are foregrounding the arts as a driver for improved quality of life, economic development, business recruitment, and tourism. Thank you very much. Andy, let's hit it. Andrew, great. Okay. For those of you who haven't been, I welcome you to come, call me, and I'll give you a tour. It'll be the best tour you've ever had. Ask Sherry Sebastian. Okay. Our exhibition is hands-on and is unlike any other museum or gallery. It is accessible 365 days a year, free of charge, and draws about 130,000 people each year through a variety of our programs, including our Arts Downtown. Andrew? Our programming fosters relationships with key groups in our community that support economic, educational, environmental, social justice, and arts partnerships. Andrew? Environmental sustainability and land conservation are key components to our mission at JSP and are realized through all of our programs. Andrew? Field trips are a key part of what we do. In 2023, we hosted over 35 field trips with more than 750 students in art-based environmental education. They enjoyed outdoor picnics and unstructured time to play, roam the trails, be inspired by the art, and connect with their friends in nature. Field trips welcome students of all ages and abilities from across Kentucky, and we note that 80% of schools participating in our field trips have a high concentration of students from low-income families. You can see how much fun these kids are having. Okay, Artist in Residence program. You're ahead of me, Andrew. Keep it up. We paused our residency program this year in order to conduct a full external program assessment. This program is funded primarily by the National Endowment for the Arts. It will be completed this month, and we're really excited to get that deliverable to be able to implement some new ideas from input from all our stakeholders. Since 2010, we have served more than 40 artists in residence. Andrew? Symphonic Stroll last year was really spectacular. As you guys know, we partner with Lexington Philharmonic. They do ensembles throughout the park. Last year, we featured KSU Associate Professor of Music, Dr. Keith McCutcheon, and he was a special guest with Lex Phil's String Quartet in the event barn. 800 people attended. While we are a nonprofit organization, we're also a significant economic driver, bringing thousands of visitors to Franklin County each year. I want you to save the date. This year, Symphonic Stroll is September 7th, and tickets go on sale July 1st. You can find them on our website or at lexphil.org. Is that all my time? I didn't get any. Okay, can we just zip to the last? There's a lot of public art in public places. We installed about 18 sculptures last year. I can give you a tour of Arts Downtown also. And are we on the last? Yes, thank you. I want to give you guys a handout with our economic impact report. And I do want to thank you for all your support and for your patience as I go through this in 3 minutes. You know, we appreciate the opportunity to continue to partner with the Fiscal Court to make Franklin County the best it can be, a place where people want to live and visit again and again and again. Okay, I have materials. Can I leave those with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And if you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Perfect, yep. Mel, I just want to say
If anybody remembers anything I said, I'm going to be.
but thank you for coming back and kind of reporting to the court on what's going on there. So
Absolutely.
that's cool.
You guys have been a tremendous support over the years, and
Yep.
we could not do what we do without that kind of
Good
support.
deal. Thank
So,
you.
Thank you. Any
Yep.
questions?
No, go.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew did good. Did good. Please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Rich?
I'm Richard Rosen. I thought that the prayer tonight was appropriate, asking for divine guidance to make this community a better community, and that's what you guys do every day. And sometimes it's hard to discern what makes this community better. And I think what would make the community better is to have more funds available to fund all the different projects and programs that come before you that need work. The city and the county both struggle with this, and too many times the organization or the project that needs money has to be turned down or kicked off into the future because there just are not funds available. These can be projects that would benefit the environment. These can be projects that would benefit new people moving to town that might purchase and renovate old buildings. It benefits all facets of our community. So how do we raise tax revenue? That's the question. And there are several ways to do it. You could raise tax rates. I don't think that really benefits the citizens of our community. You go out and look for grant money, which I assume you're already doing. Tourism is important, and we are trying to grow tourism. Unfortunately, that creates relatively low-paying jobs that really do not do much in the way of increasing occupational taxes or property taxes. Infill redevelopment has been looked at as a possibility, and I support that concept, but I think what's missing in the discussion is unless you are bringing new people to town, new jobs to town with disposable income, how are you going to be able to do that infill development? How are you going to find people to rent and purchase housing there? How are you going to find people to support the shops and businesses in the infill development if there's not an influx of new money? So that brings us to industrial development. Industrial jobs pay a high salary, averaging $62,000 per year. And for every 100 new industrial jobs that are created, an additional 55 more jobs are created elsewhere in the economy. That can be anywhere from wait staff at a restaurant to attorneys to financial advisors to doctors and dentists, etc. These industrial jobs with high disposable income are what will increase property and occupational taxes and thereby improve the quality of life for Frankfurt citizens. And what's oftentimes lost in the discussion, it will provide jobs that can be filled by our children and grandchildren so they will not be forced to move away from our community to find work. Franklin County's population has been growing at 0.4% per year over the past 20 years. That's only 1/5 of what Scott, Shelby, Anderson, and Woodford have been growing. So as far as our ability to encourage industrial development and raise the amount of taxes, is that 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Just very quickly, you've all received a copy of the resolution from KCDC that's requesting that about 1,750 to 2,000 acres of land be set aside. I would ask you to review that, take it seriously, and support that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comments? All right. How you doing, Brent?
Hello, sir. Yes, I'm good.
Go ahead.
My name is Brent Simpson. Coming here just to kind of give a brief overview of where we are in the comprehensive plan committees. We've had a lot of opportunity to speak to the goals and policies. We've had a lot of opportunity to be at the advisory committee meetings and have very much expressed kind of the imbalance of potentially the environmental and saving the environment and industrial growth or any growth. And I understand there has to be a mix, and we have to meet in the middle of that. Some of the things that I wanted to go through here, and I'll be able to give these out to you, is, the advisory committee started in fall of 2022, and the goals and policies were adopted as amended at the Planning Commission, I believe, on May 9th. At this point, the terms, there's a glossary of the terms. So if you're reading all of those goals and policies in that booklet, the terms are not identified, they're not defined, and so that makes a big difference on how you interpret those goals and those policies. So I would think that it would be best for you as a body to see what the terms are, how they define them before you go forward with your approval of the goals and policies tonight. I would ask that as you do that you do reject and rework the current goals and policies of comprehensive plan, that you would look at adding more industrial land, look at creating higher paying jobs, expand and diversify our tax base, and identify the many additional amenities that the community wants. All that comes at a price, and when you look at our property tax rates, you already find that of all surrounding counties, we are the highest in Franklin County. So raising taxes isn't going to be an option to do what we want to do and attract more people to this community. So I respectfully ask that. And have you all seen the glossary of terms for comprehensive plan? I've got copies if you'd like to see those while you go through this tonight. But I very much appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Can we
Accept it?
I
Yeah.
would like it.
No, yeah, you
One of
can,
my
yeah.
questions is really that very fast.
Yeah.
Let me get those down. So many of them identified, others are blank. And I think there are more that you're going to see in terms of the plan that are not covered.
That's fine, yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I'm Carla Hawkins. I'm a resident of Franklin County. I actually live on Wash Road off Mills Lane and 127 South, resident in Sherry's District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm actually here to speak in support of the comprehensive plans, goals, and policies. I am not a member of the advisory committee. I actually became more aware of what was involved in the planning of that process starting in January of this year, and have really taken the time to observe what's happened, to research, and to talk with those members of the advisory committee, watch the committee hearings, listen to KCDC's videos that they have on Facebook and about economic development concerns within the county. As I read the goals and policies, I look at the future land use map and the additional 600 acres they've added for industrial land as part of that process. I see a very visionary, very thoughtful plan for our future. I see something that the community has got behind, because one of the most impressive things that I've seen in this process, and I've been involved in strategic planning for many, many years in state government, it's difficult to plan in the future. But what I see is a thoughtful plan for our future. It balances industrial processes. It looks at all types of industry, not just industry that you would see that would be smokestack. They're looking at farming as an industry. They look at tourism as an industry. They look at all the things that make Franklin County a good place to live, because it's not just about jobs. It's about finding a place for those people to live. I live in those 6 miles that are beyond the I-64 interchange down to the county line in Anderson County. There's not much residential land down there. We don't have the same topography that Shelby County, that Woodford County has. When we talk about percentage of industrial land to farmland, we should only be looking at the north end, the city limits of Frankfort, down to those county lines. It's not very much. Most of our farmland that gets talked about in these percentages is above the city limits in Frankfort. That's a large percentage of our county. So we only have a small area below I-64 that we're talking about, and we can't make that entrance to the capital, the entrance for the Bourbon Trail into Franklin County and these areas, to be something where residents leave the county because it's not a place they want to live, because there is a contiguous industrial, commercial area from Frankfort to Lawrenceburg. So I encourage you to look at the plan, to approve the goals and policies, because I do believe that committee has spent 2 years getting public input, and the public wants this. They've already voted on the survey. They don't want the industrial park. They want the goals and policies that have been put forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty, come on up.
Good evening. My name is John Carlton. I'm a member of the advisory committee, and I do want to say that over the past 2 years we have worked diligently. We have relied on data. We have consulted experts in various fields. Some of us are experts in various fields or have significant experience in various fields, and so we have provided our input, and you all have cover. There is a public process that's set out in statute that we have followed, and the public has had 2 years to participate, and we have come to, after 2 years of deliberation, we have come to an agreement on a majority. Nothing's perfect, as we know. This is a collaborative process. Everything is a compromise. So not one person on the advisory committee is 100% happy with this goals and policies, but this is a community effort, and we have done the best that we can. There has been talk about different ways of assessing how many acres of industrial land we need. At one point, 10,000 acres was brought up. Now, 14 square miles, which is what Frankfort City proper is 8,900 acres. So you're talking about a separate city of just industrial land. That has been revised down to 1,700 acres or 1,000 acres. At one point, it was proposed that we should mention in the comp plan that we're going to have a 1% annual growth rate, compounding over 20 years. If we have 1,000 acres that a population of 50,000 people is depending on, compounding to 1% would equal around 260 occupied acres that you need occupied over 20 years. We gave you 600. So, you have acres to work with. Not all of them are going to be usable. Not all of them are going to be prepared. Some of them do require prep work, and that can take years. And then also we have things that can't be foreseen, such as the paddocks. So if the paddocks, the estimate is that it's going to bring 50,000 people within a radius of 7 square miles of the area. Well, that's going to be 3 to 4 years from now. And we will be right back where we are 5 years from now to either redo this, update it, or you all have the opportunity to go back to the Planning Commission to update it if that transpires as predicted. So right now, over the last 2 years, we worked on the information that we were given, and this is what we came up with. And so if these significant changes happen, you have the ability later to come back and update these accordingly. But right now, this is what we worked with, and I think we've done a really good job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other public comments? Alrighty, seeing none, I'm going to ask Mr. Duke to come up and give us a road department update. Good evening, Duke.
Good evening.
He gets 4 minutes, not 3. He would love that. He was
Right.
ready to go. I'll take 2.
So I just wanted to update you guys on what the county crews have been doing, road department crews. Of course, we've had a mowing crew out, and they've just about made their first round. They're finishing up in Ball Knob, I expect, maybe tomorrow, and then they'll be starting over at Industrial Park. We've had a crew out at Dove Creek last couple of weeks trying to get it in shape for the paving crews. Of course, we have a culvert crew, not out every day, but when we can, we do. And then we do our yard waste on Wednesdays up at Lakeview Park. And I would like to update everybody on the paving projects. Mays did come through and get everything done by the time they
Skin in the teeth.
needed to get it done. Got Dove Creek completed, and Lebanon Ridge, and Clifty, and they all look amazing. So glad to see that done. As far as our road department project goes, I think, yeah, there we go. It's coming along. It's kind of slow right now. They're putting the metal up, and that seems to be a slow process. They don't have a very big crew down there working, so, but it is coming along. And they're doing a bunch of site work right now as well. It's working on that building, so hopefully everything will come together real soon. We're anxious to get in it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's about all I have as far as that goes.
Alrighty, Duke, thank you. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Road Superintendent, I just want to thank everybody on the crew for doing all that they did to get Dove Creek in a position to be paved and paved on time before the end of the fiscal year. It's been a long time advocating for that, and I'm so happy to see that done. The residents couldn't be more pleased than every 10 feet kind of doing that through the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I
So it's
hope
pretty
we
exciting.
resolved that issue.
So do I.
We
So do I.
we done what May suggested
Yeah.
us to do, so hopefully it'll work.
Well, thanks to all the hands who worked in that extremely hot
Yeah,
weather
it was
to
a
get that
hot
done.
week
It was
to
a
get to-
tough
yeah,
week.
yeah.
And everybody who put effort into it, I greatly appreciate. Thank you very much.
Squire
Judge, I'll
Ridge.
just express the same, or echo those comments. I've heard nothing but just raving rapport from folks at the far edge of the county in Lebanon. So happy to have that road paved, which hasn't been touched since the mid-'80s, I believe it was. I was a pretty small kid at the time that it was last paved. So they're very complimentary, and it was not the best week of of any time to have been out working in that heat last week. So
Right.
pass along
We-
our thanks, please.
I mean, we actually spent a couple of months out there
Yeah.
working just, almost every day,
How many
replacing
culverts
culverts.
was it on 11 and 20? It's close, wasn't it?
Probably more.
24, I thought, that I counted.
Closer to 30.
Is that right?
culverts. Yeah.
Wow.
They were in really bad shape.
Yeah,
So,
that's good.
it's a whole lot of work.
Any other questions for Duke?
I just have one.
Can you turn the mic on, please?
I've been approached with some staffing, maybe some staffing issues going on with the road department. And one of the questions I was asked are, what are we doing to try to keep long-term, employees in place? And what can we do, what we can do better? I understand we have some openings, and I understand after the interview process today, it's went really well. And I hope that it keeps going that way. But the question was on, what are we doing? Or are we talking to the long-term employees that may be seeking something else to do? What would be our course to retain them or wish them fair riddance?
Square hair, that, I'll answer that to the best of my ability. I think Fiscal Court as a whole has, since I've been on board, done what they could do to keep people. I know when I come on in September, we worked on raises. That was one of the first things we started doing, and in January everybody got a pretty good raise, I thought. And then you guys have opened up a couple stepping stones for the guys down there. I think before we just had light equipment operator, truck driver, and then you could move up to heavy equipment operator. Now there's another next step, heavy equipment operator 2. Little raise comes along with that. Also, they put some raises in there for the mechanics, and they can get additional raises with their certifications, to work on these fire trucks and stuff. So
Gotcha.
I think the county's done a pretty decent job trying to keep them. That being said, when I got hired on, it wasn't the most popular decision down there. So, but I've done the best job I can do, and or tried to. I've had to change a few things, make sure we're operating under the administrative code like we're supposed to be doing. Unfortunately, some people don't like change.
I understand.
And it's unfortunate to lose anybody. I don't want to lose anybody. But we got a good crew down there. Just hope we can keep it.
Well, thank you for your response. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Duke, I just want to say thank you. It's been a long road. It's been a tough road down there.
It
You know
has.
what I mean? Bringing somebody from the outside.
Yep.
But, ultimately, it was my decision to hire you because I think you were the best qualified person. And I think you've proven that to the Fiscal Court in the Franklin County. So I think you're absolutely right. Some people just don't like change. Some people don't like following rules. But you have stepped in and said, this is what we need to do to run the way that the county needs to be run. And I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank y'all.
And I want to commend your service too.
Thanks.
Bart Tanner.
Well, I just going back, actually was going to say what you did. You've done a great job as far as I'm concerned. Every time I get called or need something and ask you about it, it gets done as soon as possible. I don't care. I know that there's bumps in the road, and working at the road department means working at the road department. It don't mean just going and sitting around. And I think that the pay scale is adequate, and I understand the pressures on everybody. Probably everybody in town has a turnover rate right now that they don't like. And I think you're doing a great job. They have no problem. I think your employees are doing a great job
Right.
too. I
They
mean,
are.
they work.
They
I
work
never
hard.
seen them sloughing off. Matter of fact, everybody wants the Motrim guy to be here and all that, but you got to keep the one we got running, and you're doing that. Everything's good. The building's coming up. It looks great. Franklin County's going to be proud of their new road division. Whenever it gets finished, and we'll have enough salt if we fill that barn up for several years. But anyway, I think everything is running along fine, actually.
Thanks, Squire. Anything else for Duke?
Judge, let's just take a second to commend the folks that are working at the road department. You know, we've got 212 square miles of county that they maintain for us. Fairly small crew that are out in all the types of weather all the time, that are helping us after every storm event, that are helping us on the weekends when we decide to do the scrap cleanup in the county. I mean, they're the backbone of the county in many ways, and in every activity that we go after, they're asked to help out.
Right.
Often after hours or on weekends or other things. So the ones that are there, that are putting in the effort, let's just say they're seen and they're thanked, and make sure that we commend, and that goes a long way, I think, to be recognized for what you're doing for the community in one of the positions that's probably least recognized or should be more so than it is. So please pass that along for
Yes,
us, and I think we probably need to take some other activities to make sure that the folks that are there and continue to work and contribute are more recognized more often.
Thank you.
Squire Sebastian?
I was just going to add on to that. So we have about the same number of state road miles.
Yep.
And the state road crew here is less than 8, working on about 220 miles. So in tandem, we have about 25 people working on all the roads here within the contiguous area of Franklin County and the city. And that is a huge burden to try to go out after storm, limb debris, keep up with the roads, have to share equipment across counties. There are so many things that are in the puzzle of handling roads here. You all do a great job. The guys down there do a fantastic job. But I have to say the same for the state guys, because those guys are out there working, and we have a great relationship with them, and that magnifies itself, and people should be really proud that we're fortunate to have that great relationship. So I want to just echo that, because it takes everybody to do it.
And I appreciate
Thank you,
how
guys.
closely Duke and his team work with the state. I can call if there's something on a state road. Duke said if it's an emergency, we'll take care of it. If not, they'll get it. I mean, they work hand in hand. And I'm gonna,
Flip that back and forth.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful.
but I'm also gonna commend Chief Brewer and Duke for working together. You know, you brought up the mechanics, and that's a big deal. I mean, people don't realize that we're actually all working together here for the same goal, for Franklin County, the best thing we can build. So, Duke, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was a little longer than 3 minutes, so sorry. All right, I believe Casa is here to talk to us. Is Casa here? There she is. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Please state your name for everybody in TV land.
My name is Casey Atwood, and I am the Program Development Coordinator for CASA of the Bluegrass.
Thank you for coming in. I know we've talked about you for a while, and there was a request that you come and just give us a short update as what you do and why you do it. How's that?
Sounds good to me. My presentation may be a little longer than a short moment, so if you need to cut me off, please do so. But thank you for having us here and giving us a chance to talk about our program and what we hope to accomplish here in Franklin County going forward. So, yes, our mission, Casa of the Bluegrass recruits and trains court-appointed special advocates so that every child who has experienced abuse, neglect, or dependency can be safe, have a permanent home, and the opportunity to thrive. Specifically, we look at those 2 sets of 3s there. We deal with children who have suffered from abuse, neglect, or dependency, meaning that they are dependent, unable to be parented for whatever reason, typically due to behavioral issues. And then we also want to make sure that they are safe, that is paramount, that they have a permanent home so they don't spend their entire childhoods bouncing around in the system, and that they also have an opportunity to thrive, just as we want for all of our children. So the problem here in Kentucky is that we rank 14 in the nation currently for child victims of maltreatment. This is somewhat of an improvement, oddly enough. We've typically been much higher on this list. However, it is still abysmal and something that the entire state, but specifically each county, needs to work on to see improve. Franklin County specifically saw 109 new petitions for child abuse, neglect, and/or dependency in 2023. That is a petition per child. So that is 109 children. We're talking single children or even sibling sets that all have their own petition in 2023. And specifically with CASA, only 8% of those were appointed to our program. So what does this problem mean? On our next slide. So it is not hard to imagine what child abuse, neglect, and/or dependency can cause for the children that it affects. I think it's important to also think about the effect it has on the next generation, society as a whole. The family court system, the child welfare system as a whole is trying to see that society improves and that the next generation of children don't have to go through this same system that these children did, and that their children don't have to do this either. So it is clearly a large problem that doesn't just affect today, it affects the future. And so what can we do about it? What does CASA specifically do? We change a child's story. So we are a volunteer-based program, and we provide specific, trained, everyday humans to become advocates for these children as they go through the family court system, to see that they have an opportunity to be safe, have a permanent home, and the opportunity to thrive, that they have a voice in court. That we often work with Judge Williams, who is our family court judge here in Franklin County, and he has referred to us before as the eyes and ears for this child, for him. Well, I'll get into the volunteer role on the next slide. Sorry. So our volunteers have 4 main objectives. They research, they advocate, they facilitate, and they monitor. So our volunteers gather all of the information that they possibly can on the child or children that they're serving. We have access to the entire cabinet file with social services. We have access to their educational records, their medical records. We are in talks with their therapists, their foster parents, their biological parents, everyone in this child's circle. We kind of enter that circle as well. Gather this information as an outside eye. We advocate based on the information that we have and the relationships that we're able to form with these children by visiting with them regularly. We advocate for what they need to see that their interests are being met throughout this process of trying to find a safe, permanent home. We want to make sure that their needs, no matter how small or how large, are being met. So we advocate that to the judge and the family court through our reports and through advocating with other professionals in their court case, such as the GAL or the social worker. We facilitate and work, like I just said, with these other professionals in these cases to make sure that court orders are being carried out, to make sure that services that might not need to be ordered by the judge himself are still able to occur and happen. And then a large part of our job is also monitoring, and that can seem a little less involved, but it is just as important in that if a child is in a safe foster home that wants to adopt them and they are thriving at this moment, that we still remain their consistent person, this person that visits them at least once a month, that knows what they enjoy, knows what their goals are, is helping them, maybe if they're not going to be adopted, maybe if they're going to age out of the system and become an adult, that they have the tools and the tricks and tips that they need in order to be a functioning human in society. So we remain with the children on our cases until they find permanency. That means until they are adopted. Maybe they get to return to their biological parents, or if they have to age out of the system, talking to them about their options of recommitting to the cabinet's care or making sure they have a plan when they turn 18 and they're full-fledged adult now. Yes, so next slide. The outcomes of our program. Statistically, children with CASA volunteers spend less time in long-term foster care. They experience fewer out-of-home placements, and they have significantly improved educational performance. They have a higher tendency to go to college or trade school. More than 90% of children with CASA volunteers never re-enter the child welfare system, which is significantly different than the typical 87% of just the general foster care population. It sounds interesting to say, but if a child is to enter the child welfare system, statistically they're going to come back. If once you enter once, you're more likely to enter again, and there's a whole host of reasons as to why this is, but with a CASA, typically those children don't have as high of a tendency to come back into the system, which is what we want. We never want a child to enter the system, period, but we definitely don't want them to enter more than once. And just 12% of children assigned to a CASA volunteer remain in long-term foster care, compared to 16% of the general foster care population. And child welfare and the family court system has changed a whole lot over the last few decades to make sure that these children aren't just spending all of their time in foster care, that we're finding them permanency and respecting their time. So getting into a little bit of CASA history, CASA as a whole is a national program. Not a whole lot of people have always usually heard of us, but we've actually been around since the 70s, started in Washington State. It was brought to Kentucky in the 80s. We're actually celebrating our 40th anniversary of having CASA in Kentucky. And here in Franklin County, we've had a program since the early 2000s and became officially CASA of the Bluegrass, which serves Franklin, Anderson, Mercer, and Boyle County in 2015. Some numbers about our volunteers, which that picture there is our volunteer group that went to the Kentucky CASA conference this past October. Our total volunteer hours in 2023 was 3,853 and some change. And our volunteers drove a total of 32,000 plus miles in 2023. And that is visiting children no matter where they are located in the state. That is going to court. That is driving to their school. We have a volunteer who attended their CASA kiddos grandparent day at school, and driving wherever these children get moved, because oftentimes they don't stay in the same location, but when a CASA takes on a case, they are taking on that child as an individual. Current volunteers for our program as a whole are 43. We have 9 Franklin County specific volunteers. I do want to mention that our volunteers are welcome to take a case throughout any of the 4 counties that we serve. However, our volunteers that are typically residing in Franklin County right now is 9. Funding. We do get a large percent of our funding from groups such as the Kentucky CASA Network, VOCA, which is the Victim of Crimes Act, as well as United Way. We get such a large percentage, truly, I know it's hard to tell with this pie chart here, from local governments, so I do want to say thank you so much for continuing to support our program. It is absolutely vital, as we are a nonprofit and we do rely on receiving money from local government and grants and organizations giving. So many organizations here in Franklin County have us on a routine basis of giving us a donation quarterly or holding fundraisers that we are the recipient of, and we are so grateful for that, and we are hoping to only continue to expand our presence here in Franklin County as far as funding. Strategic plan. I'm not going to go through all of these specifically, but some that I did want to really push were our board, diversification and expansion of the board. We currently have a few board members from Franklin County here. We are always looking for more, in case anyone is interested. I'm sorry? Oh yes, Reed Rohr, he was here earlier. Yeah. He was actually a CASA volunteer, having been the family court judge here in Franklin County when he left the bench. He then later became a CASA volunteer, and he has now entered our board. And Tamber Herod is also on our board, so if anyone is interested. We are also always wanting to increase our volunteers' understanding of our community partners, the court system, various stakeholders. What resources are there in Franklin County? And by the way, there are so many resources, especially compared to the other 3 counties that we serve. There are so many wonderful organizations here in Franklin County that can help the children that we serve, the families that we serve. So just trying to increase our presence, have them come and speak to our volunteers, have us come and speak to them, so that there's this constant collaboration, which is just better for everyone. And lastly, of course, the diversification of our advocates and getting more advocates. People are always asking me, do you need volunteers? Do you need volunteers? Well, that's a silly question. We always need volunteers. Our 9 are so strong and so fabulous, but we obviously need more. So we are also always having training, so if anyone would like to become a CASA volunteer. Lastly, these last couple of slides, CASA is a team effort. This is our staff. Our lovely Executive Director, Tammy Wilson, is over here in the crowd as well. This is the entire staff that kind of oversees the volunteers that we have. Statutorily, we have to have a staff person supervising every volunteer. So as we grow in volunteers, we must also grow in staff. That is by KRS statute as well as our national CASA standards. So this is our staff here. Most of them are volunteer coordinators across all 4 counties. We all have volunteers that we oversee. We assist them whenever they have questions. We may go on home visits with them if it's their first time. We train the volunteers. We provide continuing education throughout the year so that they are staying as informed as possible. Yeah. And then this next slide is our board of directors. As I said, it is so much a group effort. Where we are a volunteer-based program, we do need such a solid group of board to make sure that we have policies in place that protect our volunteers and also allow our program to succeed. And that's it. Wasn't 3 minutes, wasn't close, but it wasn't too long.
Maybe 4. Yeah, I lost count. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for what you and your team does for the kids here in Franklin County. What questions does the magistrates have? Squire Wisman.
While you have a little bit of a platform, you know, in this community, I get a question fairly often every year when there's a CASA fundraiser that's happening and people are seeing and saying exactly what is that for? And one of the reasons I think we wanted to bring you in and have this platform so the community can understand better and we can all be knowledgeable to talk to the community. So I guess could you just speak to how vital those local fundraising efforts are to supporting the efforts that happen in this county?
Yes, so our local fundraisers, which typically we have 2 large fundraisers a year that we put on, and then we are always looking to expand, and if there are any groups that we can collaborate with, we work with them as well. But our local fundraisers are so important for 2 reasons. Obviously, funding, having a continual source of fundraising is vital for our program to continue, especially as the prices of everything seems to increase. But I think how it's the most important is that by having public fundraising events, it does spread awareness about what our program does. It spreads awareness about why our program exists, and it allows for more people to become involved as a CASA volunteer, as a CASA board member, both volunteer positions. So having fundraisers is vital so that people in our community who may not know what CASA is, they see what a good time we always have at our fundraisers that we've had in the past, and they want to come and experience that with us. Our staff are always there. I'm always open to talk about CASA and what we do and try to get people involved.
Could you speak a little maybe to the process of court appointed and how you all come into play when there's a juvenile that enters the court system?
Yes, absolutely. So once someone comes to our program and says, hey, I want to be a CASA, they do have to be trained. It is a 30-hour, 8-week training that does end with at least a 3-hour court observation at the end. And once they get through training and they are sworn in by Judge Williams to observe court and be allowed to be around that confidential nature that is the juvenile court, whenever there is a case that is brought before family court, anyone can appoint or ask that CASA be involved. We have been requested by social workers, by the county attorney, by GAL, by the judge himself, whenever there's a case presented that seems as though, okay, we need a little extra eyes on, we need someone who is in this child's corner specifically, then we are appointed. The only one that can appoint us is the judge. That's why we are court appointed. And when that happens, we are actually given a court order to be able to receive all of this information. So we are sworn officers of the court at that point and given the authority to act as such.
And your volunteers, in many instances, are signing up for a long term, right? Speak a little to...
Correct. So the volunteer position is not typically what people think of when they want to get into volunteerism, but when a volunteer enters CASA or enters a case, they are essentially committing to that child until permanency. We explain to our CASAs that could mean a few months, That could mean a few years. We have one child right now that has been in the system for 7. So whenever this CASA chooses a case, which is another important factor of all this, is that our CASAs have the ability to choose a case that they feel drawn to, that they feel pulled to, rather than just being handed a situation and expected to have that passion, that drive. But once they take a case, they are saying, yes, I am committing myself as the advocate of this child to the best of my ability until this child has a permanent home. There is no blood contract or anything like that, so we can't really hold them to the fire if for some reason they have to move or life happens and maybe they need to step away from CASA. But we do make sure that our volunteers are fully educated on kind of what that even looks like. This child may currently be placed in Franklin County, but next week they could be placed in Moorhead. After that, they could be placed in Corbin, which would require that you still visit them wherever they are located. And that can be quite a drive. That can be quite an ask. And also, depending on where this case is going and how things are looking, that might be a few years of being by this child's side. We have one CASA here in Franklin County right now who has been with her kiddo for several years, and when he recently moved to his most recent and hopefully final foster placement, he asked if he would get to keep his Vicky, because Vicky has been his CASA for years, and he wanted to make sure that even though he was moving to another home, he got to keep his Vicky. And she said absolutely. And I have no doubt that once her time as a CASA is done, once that case finds permanency and she is no longer an advocate for the court for this child, that she will remain in this child's life. She will be his Vicky forever. I have no doubt of that.
Thank you.
Gordakis.
Make sure I turned it on. I just want to thank you. I ran a CASA program in 3 counties for several years, and I can tell you guys, if you have never advocated for a child in court, it is like nothing you can imagine. And it can be heart-wrenching, but it also gives you so much back. So it is a lot of work, you all. These volunteers do a lot of work, and they take it all home with them. I promise you they do. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank your board, and specifically I want to thank your volunteers.
Yes, thank you.
Well, on behalf of the Fiscal Court, thank you for what you do, and thank you for coming in and educating us on exactly what you do, and everybody watching, and keep up the good work.
Yes, anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, now I believe Mr. Gray is here. How you doing tonight, sir?
Good, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. First off, I want to apologize because I don't have any video stuff. This is probably, I don't know, the 8th or 9th time I've addressed the Fiscal Court about the friend of the court, and I've always just kind of like talked off my cuff and been informal. So I guess what I should have done, now that I'm more familiar with high tech, is giving you all a copy of a statute. There's a statute that creates and authorizes the friend of the court. It's 403.090. And that law was passed back in the mid-40s, actually before I was born, believe it or not. But in any case, that's been on the books, and in the late 80s, and I don't know how old anybody is, or if you remember Judge Meggs, but when Judge Meggs was the judge back in the 70s and 80s, he instituted the Friend of the Court and adopted the Friend of the Court program for Franklin County. And it's perpetuated ever since then. I think Judge Shepard was the friend, Bob Bowman. There have been other lawyers, but I've been the Friend of the Court since 1991. And I'm a lawyer, and you have to be a lawyer to be the Friend of the Court. And I've had a practice all this time, too. I have a staff of one full-time person and one part-time person. And pursuant to the statute, the main thing that we do is enforce, and that's what the statute mandates that the Friend of the Court does. And let me just say this. I'm appointed I have to be approved by all 3 circuit judges, which I've been approved all these years. Well, I guess nobody's ever wanted to do it except me, or been willing to do it. So, but anyway, it's just kind of like perpetuated. But in any case, the statute provides that if the 3 circuit judges, appoint designate somebody to be the friend of the court, then it's up to the county to fund it, reasonably fund it, which the county has done since the mid-'80s probably, on a continuous basis. Max Comley and I were in court today, and we're in court together every Wednesday. The county attorney, it's kind of like the iron fist of court order enforcement. Max is the county attorney, and he works with the state, and he enforces local orders, family court orders, for child support. And then it's reported to the state, it's paid to the state, and then the state disperses the money by computer, right? It's all electronic to the recipients, to the payees.
That is correct.
Yeah. And, we both enforce orders. In our office, we collect money and we disperse money. We have a bank account, and the money, payees, and again, it's not moms or dads, it's moms and dads. Whoever the court orders to pay child support is required to bring in their ordered child support to us. We deposit it in our bank account, and then we write friend of the court checks out. We disperse the money. If people can bring the money in personally, they can come and pick up the checks personally. We don't do anything electronically. That's one of the main things we do. We've had, and again, I don't know if anybody here probably has ever been involved in a divorce with kids or had family members or friends with them. They've probably dealt with a friend of the court, but we've represented thousands of people over the years, one parent or the other. And so we enforce the orders. If somebody doesn't pay child support that they're ordered to pay, we use, like I said, we're kind of trained, my staff more than me, contact the payor and try to get them to pay. If they don't pay, then just like Max does in his cases, I file motions for contempt or to enforce orders or whatever. And on Wednesdays, we go into court in front of Judge Williams and either try to get an order. I'm not interested so much in putting people in jail as I am in getting the money paid to the moms or the dads who need it, who are supporting these, and the other parents aren't doing what they're supposed to do. But when push comes to shove, we'll ask the judge to put them in jail, and they do that. But we're also required to coordinate medical expense payments between parents, because court orders in divorce decrees typically, ideally, designate how the parents are supposed to share costs for medical expenses, for health insurance, for the kids, extracurricular activities and that sort of thing. And that's a nightmare, because the court has a 30-day rule that requires the person that incurs the expense to submit the receipts or the proof of the expense to us, and then we have to send it to the other person. They have 30 days to pay it. And by and large, it works, but when it doesn't work, it's a mess, and we have to take that to court, too. Also, I should have brought that statute, because it outlines all the things we do, but we do more than that, too. But the friend of the court represents the kids, the best interests of the kids. When I file a motion or a request in order, it's on behalf of typically the parent who's supposed to be paid. And they kind of become my client, but the kids, child support, as everybody knows, is it's supposed to be in the best interest of the kids, to help the parents who have the kids or have the most responsibility to support them. So, we're flooded with medical bills and trying to coordinate all the time, too. We also mediate. The judge, I don't work for, but I answer to Judge Williams, and Judge Williams, he gets these knotty problems that people don't have enough money to pay lawyers, or they have disputes about visitation or about expenses, and they come to him, and he asks us to try to work this out informally with the kids, or with the parents, so they don't have to come to court. We can't do anything about custody. We don't have anything to do with custody. I can't represent anybody in divorce proceedings, and that's one of the things that's kind of appealing to me. But so I don't take sides necessarily, except against the parent who's not complying with the orders. We modify child support orders because, people get divorced in day one, And by day 6, one of them's making 5 times more than they were when they were divorced. The other one's making all kinds of different circumstances. We have to bring those cases, just as Max does as well with his cases, where the circumstances or the incomes have changed, to get those modified. And we also, in Franklin County, or in Franklin Family Court, has what's known as a FIT program, the Families in Transition. So if parents file divorce petitions and want to get divorced and they have kids, both the parents and the children have to go to these Families in Transition programs. And we administer those. They're held on twice a month on Monday nights. And the kids have to go through a program by themselves, and the parents have to go through a program. And we have, it's a self-funded program. They have to pay a fee for it. And from those monies, we hire mental health and family relations specialists who basically teach those courses and tell the idea is to try to iron out things. And if people want to vent, they can vent, and they do vent about, you can't believe what she did, or you can't believe what he did, and he's doing this, that, and the other. But initially, and to try to tamp that down, and especially get the kids kind of acclimated to the idea that their folks aren't going to be living together. And that's what we do. That's what we do, and that's what we've done since the mid-'80s, and that's what I've done since 1991.
Very good. Well, we appreciate your work in the community.
If y'all have any
helping.
questions,
I was
I'm glad
going
to
to ask
answer them.
anybody for, hey, Squire Tanner?
I have one or two. Correct me anytime I'm wrong, because I hear things and I understand things that sometimes I really don't understand.
Me too.
I understand there's only 1 or 2 friends of the courts left in the state of Kentucky. Is that correct?
That's about right, but there always have been very few friends of the courts. There's one in Lexington, there's one in Franklin County. That's right.
So what do the counties do that don't have a friend of the court?
What do they do?
Yeah, well, they do. All these services you just went through that you provide, how do they get the same service?
They don't.
They don't get that service at all?
No.
So only the other two counties, I don't know who they are, one of them Franklin.
Fayette County.
Fayette, Franklin County.
Unless it's changed. I've heard that there's some more, but I can't verify that.
Does the state offer any of these programs that you just talked
No.
about?
No,
So
Max is the state agent here, and it has to do with child support more than anything else. It doesn't offer any of these ancillary services, to try to facilitate and mediate and that sort of thing. But, in the throes of divorce.
I'm just trying to clear up my mind, since we're the only one of the 2 counties that has a friend of the court. Of course, I know we're budgeting over $100,000 a year, and I'm not saying we're not getting $500,000 worth of business out of it, but anyway.
Well, the money doesn't go to the county.
It confused me just a little bit why we were one of the 2.
No. Any money we collect goes to the kids and the moms.
I understand
mean,
that.
it's not a moneymaker for the county.
No,
at
it's
all.
not. No, nothing's a moneymaker for the county.
Well, no, but I'm just saying taxes are, but we're not.
Thank you. I have no more.
Oh, yeah, like I said, the fiscal court has always done this. It's always been appreciated. It's up to you all. If you all want to continue this or cut it off or do whatever you want to do. But like I said, historically, Franklin County has always been kind of like in the forefront of.
I've been around so long, I remember when some of the friends of the court collected all the money for, or at least
That's
some.
right.
And
That's
they
right.
stopped doing it. So that's when it originally, and there was a lot of counties doing it then, several.
I don't, that was probably before my time. When I started doing this in '91, there were 1 or 2, because right about that time, the federal law changed, and they required there to be a primary state receptor for child support. And that, I mean, the state, I mean, the court didn't have to order that, but that happened a lot. But Judge Williams.
Well, I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately, but I've been around longer than 1991.
Well, yeah, so have I, but I just don't have that knowledge.
Any other questions?
Roy, does any other community have the FIT program that we do? Are you aware of any?
I think, I couldn't tell you. I think ours is a local court rule. So maybe somebody does, maybe somebody doesn't, but Franklin County does. I just don't know. And our people administer it, and we hire the counselors and all the rest of that. And like I said, that's self-funded. The county doesn't pay for that at all. I mean, not that that's significant, but they don't. You don't.
Any other questions for Mr. Gray? All righty, thank you for what you do.
Thank you again. I
Thank you.
apologize, I don't have.
No, it's all good.
PowerPoint.
You educated us, and that's what we needed.
All right,
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, y'all.
All righty, have a good evening. All righty, next we are going to talk about some net recovery. I believe here comes somebody. I wasn't sure who it was, so.
Do we have, can we make sure that Jeff Lott is on Zoom?
Yeah.
He's
Andrew,
supposed
is
to be.
somebody on Zoom?
He was earlier, but I don't see him right now.
Yeah, he's camping right now, so it might be.
I know, I'll
it might
text
be
him.
kind of spotty.
Okay. Please
Well, thank
state your
you.
name and.
Oh, my name is Rebecca Metch. I am here on behalf of Net Recovery to tell my own personal experience with it. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. A big part of the reason that I am both alive today and speaking in a fiscal court and not a criminal court is because I used the net device about 3 years ago. Excuse me. Just to give you guys a little bit of information about my recovery journey, my very first time going to rehab was about 9 years ago, and I went for alcohol. I just kind of realized at some point that everybody else had an off switch that I just did not seem to have. When I checked myself into rehab that first time, I had a full-time job, I had a home, I had a car, I had, great relationships with my family. Things were pretty good. I just had this very serious alcohol problem that I had to get figured out. When I went to that rehab, I met a lot of drug addicts, which is shocking, I'm sure. And in that rehab, I was actually a lot of drug addicts that were prescribed Suboxone. I was not prescribed Suboxone. I was not an opiate user. I had never used them before. But in getting close to some of these people, I was offered Suboxone. So that was actually my very first experience with opioids of any sort. And it really wasn't very long after that I started doing the real stuff. Heroin, fentanyl, pills, all the things. It is very, very, very hard to keep a job, to keep a home, to keep a relationship with your family, to not have any criminal history when you are using substances like that. So it really didn't take me long to lose everything. I was homeless. I was in and out of jail. I was in and out of rehab. I had no relationships with my family anymore. Things were just very, very bleak. About 3 years ago, my mom had told me about, well, she was always sending me rehabs and different treatments and different things, and I'll be completely honest, I really didn't look at them very often. But she had sent me something one day about the net device, and I looked at it, and it really, do you guys know about the net device already? Okay, so I don't need to explain what it is. Okay. So what it is, it's a small device. It's about the size of a Walkman. It's attached to 2 electrodes that you tape behind your ears. And it is programmed with a program that is specific to the substances that you're using. And basically what it does is while we are out there using those substances, we're artificially creating all of the endorphins and things that we're supposed to be naturally producing. The reason that we go through the withdrawals and the serious cravings is because when we take the drug away, we're not making those. Your brain is capable of regenerating itself, but it takes time. What the net device does is it basically accelerates that regeneration pretty immediately and starts creating those so you start to feel better. So my mom had told me about it, and I was like, yeah, that's not a real thing. I had, at this point, I had been to rehab probably 9 times. I had gone through detox over and over and over again. I would get little stints of sobriety here and there, and I would always just go right back to doing the exact same thing. And so I just didn't even believe that it was a real thing. And she had also told me that it was only available overseas, so I was like, well, that's just fantastic. She called me the next day and said that it was available in Kentucky. I'm in California, by the way. That's where I was living, that's where I'm from. And so when she told me it was in Kentucky, I, again, was just like, okay, and she said, well, if I can get you there tomorrow, will you go? And I had to take a serious look at my current situation, which was not good.
It was not good. I had overdosed the day before. Like I said, I was homeless. I was in an abusive relationship. I was surrounded by people that did not care about me, and I was on the run from the law. Like, I was either going to end up in prison or dead. And in that moment, I had to do something different. And so I said I would go. The next day, I was on a plane, and I was admitted to Isaiah House, where I used the net device. I'm not exaggerating. First of all, I still didn't believe it. So when I met with them, I said, like, so I'm going to be able to get my Suboxone, right? Because that was just the go-to. And she said, you're not going to need it. And I didn't believe her, but she put it on. And within about 20 minutes, I started feeling better. The sweating stopped, my back stopped hurting, my legs stopped going 1,000,000 miles a minute. I wasn't 100%, but I was feeling better. After about 3 days, it was so shocking to me, and it still really is, because it's just like nothing I had ever seen before. I was almost 100% better, and then it just got progressively better from there. I wore the device for a full 7 days, and then at the end of the treatment is complete. It's not something that you come back to. It's not something that you have to do once a year. It's not something that you have to continuously do. And so the treatment was complete. I completed my treatment at Isaiah House. I did inpatient and IOP, and then I went to sober living after that, and I transitioned back into society. Since then, I've gone back to school. I will be graduating with my associates here soon. I am a dependable employee. I have a great relationship with my family again. I haven't been back into the criminal system for anything new. I did, unfortunately, have to go to jail last year at 1.5 years sober because of a case from before I had gotten clean. But I was able to go into that situation and stay clean through it. So I had to go back to California. I was there for about 6 months, and I came back, and I still had my home, and I still had a job waiting for me. I still had people that cared for me, and I can tell you that was never my experience when I was getting out of jail before. So my life has been significantly changed since using the device, and my experience has been overwhelmingly amazing, honestly. And I'm so excited that we finally have FDA approval, because I've been screaming this from the rooftops forever, and everybody asks me how they get it, and there's nothing that I could do for them. And so now being one of the 3 in the toolbox for opiate use disorder is just huge. And if you look at the numbers, what we have been doing is not working. The opiate-related deaths just continue to rise, and we need to try something different. So. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions while she's standing in front of us? I'm going to ask a quick one. So just for anybody watching, how long did you wear the actual device?
I wore it for a full 7 days.
Okay.
You can wear it for up to 7 days. Everybody's a little different. Some people are done in about 5, some people are done in 6. But the treatment will always be complete at 7 days.
So just so I understand it, so you went to the Isaiah House for, let's say, 7 days, and then they transferred you to another facility?
No, I just went to inpatient treatment at
Okay.
Isaiah House, so just like the regular residential treatment.
Okay.
I just happened, what it did, I'm sorry, I left this part out. What it did was, instead of me spending the first week, 2 weeks going through serious withdrawals and actual detox, I was able to get right into the actual programming that should be happening in residential treatment. So I was going to classes, I was going to therapy sessions, I was socializing with people, I was eating, I was talking, I was sleeping, like all the things that you don't do when you're in the throes of withdrawal, which is really awful. And so really it gives you that opportunity to just jump right into the treatment that you need, because the net device is not a cure, but what it does is it gets you to the point of being able to actually treat the things that got you into that situation to begin with.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Any questions while she's up here before time?
I just have to say thank you, and I can't even talk because I'm going to cry, but thank you very much.
Yep.
You're very welcome. Thank you guys for your time.
Congratulations, and
I
keep
really
one day at a
appreciate it.
time.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, do you want to talk about, you just want to wait until we get down to the item number? Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of time there. So I will go ahead and do my judge's report now, if that's okay with everybody. It's been busy. I appreciate everybody being here. On June 7th, we had a committee to hold to discuss ARPA funds, and we also met with 3C Healthcare to kind of go over the medical contract of the jail, and I think that's on our agenda tonight. Gun violence awareness, the mayor and I stood with the police department, sheriff's department was there. We appreciate them being there on June 7th on the courthouse, and the cool thing about what they're doing is just gun safety awareness. It's not about taking guns or anything like that. It's about gun violence. It's about, accidents that happen with kids and guns, and, that's what kind of drew me to them, because I'm a proponent of firearms, but you need to be safe with them. So that's all they're trying to do, is get that message out to make things better. Most of us were at the KCJEA KMA Summer Conference. There's a lot of things we could say about that. It was a good conference. We always appreciate them putting on a good show. Juneteenth was a special time. We were closed to honor Juneteenth, 19th. There were several community events honoring it as well. Freedom Day celebration at KSU. There's NAACP dinner, field day at Lakeview Park. There's a picture of Christy Poe there. Had items for kids and fun things for everybody to do. It was just a great event to kind of, for me, it's about talking about the past, and a lot of people don't like talking about history, but I don't think if we talk about the bad times, we're not going to have good times. So it's important that we all have these conversations, and it was a good week of long events. The longest day of play was held on June 20th at Juniper Hills. That was a really cool event. There's Mitzi and Marianne doing kid IDs, which is always a popular thing. That's from 5 to 7, and then that's a new thing, I guess. It's pretty wild to watch kids playing in bubbles. And then from 7 to 9, they had just merely 600 kids in Juniper Hill Pool. So it was cool. I want to thank Kiwanis. They do an amazing job. They're cooking there. So many nonprofits attending, giving their time. Fire department, sheriff's department. Again, Andrew was there, Mitzi, Marianne, and it was a good event. It was a little warm, but it was fun. Everybody had fun, and I think the heat kept a little bit of people away. It was one of those hot nights on that same week. They were asphalting the roads out there, but it was a very well done event, and we appreciate that. Cable 10 interview, it was just a couple days ago. It was cool. Went on there, didn't really have the script so much, but brought Penny Peebler, who's in the crowd. She'll be speaking, I think, in a little bit. But we just talked about economic development. We talked about what we have going on in Franklin County. I just kind of introed. Penny did most of the talking. She did a great job. She talked about economic development standards for the state and how it's done, and what she's been doing to kind of look at things in a different lens, let's just say, than the past. So I think we're all heading in the right direction, and I appreciate Penny being on. And again, I appreciate Cable Company for hosting. They're hosting tonight. They're a great partner with us, the Frankfurt Plant Board, so we just appreciate all that. Upcoming events. So Monday at 11 a.m., let you all know there's a 100th anniversary of Kentucky State Parks, and it's on the old Capitol grounds. Invited everybody to come. They're cooking. The governor's going to be there. There's a couple speakers going to be there. That's going to be a great day on Monday. And then on Monday also, our very own Tracy Hopper, who I believe is hiding over there, she is going to be our new jailer. She will be sworn in by Judge Kathy Manget that morning, and I'm going to go ahead and sign an executive order that on noon on July 1, she will officially be our new Franklin County jailer. So congratulations again, Tracy. We look forward to working with you. Ribbon cutting at a residential solar project that was just completed at 207 Manor House Lane on Monday from 4 to 5. Ribbon cutting is at 4:30. We have a bunch of committee meetings we have set up. Administrative services on Wednesday, the 3rd. Finance committee on the 8th. Opioid task force on the 9th. Jail task force on the 9th. And then our next fiscal court meeting on the 10th. In that also, we're working on a sports tourism thing. We're still working on all that. And then we're hoping to get a road committee and parks committee scheduled in the next few weeks also. We'll get the agendas out and on the website as like we usually do. So at this time, I was asked to talk about grants and brag a little bit, and I said, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna let Tammy stand up and do it. So Tammy, why don't you get up and share some good news with the court, and let's celebrate some wins.
Yes, this is the best part of my job, so. Yes, we were recently awarded, by the Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, the state and local cybersecurity grant. This is going to provide the replacement of 2 firewalls and conduct network vulnerability and penetration testing for a period of 36 months. The total amount we were awarded was $24,400. There was a 20% match, but that was waived, so great news on that.
Absolutely, it's great. Yep, absolutely. Congratulations on that one.
The next award we have is for the Sheriff's Office. They were awarded $27,045 from the Law Enforcement Protection Program grant. This is for the purchase of 30 body armor vests. We actually applied for this back in August, and we just received the award.
And that's a big one, because if I recall, if we didn't get that grant, we were still going to have to buy those because of expiration dates and things like that. So that just saves some taxpayers some money.
The last one is the Fort Spokehorn Sanitary Sewer Extension. We were awarded $2.8 million towards that project. That was awarded during this legislative session under House Bill 1.
Well, again, thank you very much for everything you do. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Does anybody have anything they want to say to Tammy before she sits down?
Yay.
Great
It's a
job,
team
Tammy.
effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. It's the end of my judge's report. All righty, we're going to jump on down. Any questions, concerns, or comments from our minutes from June 5th, 2024? Too many papers up here. All righty. Next is going to be the reimbursement for the people serving on the Board of Appeals from the county clerk. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We appreciate them serving. I know they had, I think 3 or 4 people come in for appeals, the typical commercial properties that tend to come in every year and just tell us how much they love us. Next one is going to be Ron. Hiding in the corner back there, buddy.
Well, you're not on TV if you sit on this.
Oh, is that what it is? You have that figured out. Good. That's why everybody flocks to that corner.
Fire chief didn't know.
We're going to have to change that. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How about y'all?
We're doing well. Thank you for what you and your team do, and let's get going.
All right, on the first agenda item we have is the inmate health services agreement, which I know there was a committee of the whole meeting that I was unable to attend. So if anybody has any questions about that are unanswered, I can address that.
I just want to say we appreciate them coming up. They came up. We had a 9:30 or so meeting. They present well. They explain things. There's a lot of questions about overages. You know, the same thing we've talked about, I believe, before. I think everything was answered. I think we all understand it now, but does anybody have any questions? Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
And this is just about some elements of the contract. It may be something that the county attorney has to address. Okay.
Sure,
because they did a great job. I appreciate you as always being here. So on page 6, the cost pool amount, item number 1, the agreement stipulates that all monthly bank statements for the cost pool accounts are to be sent to the jail administrator. So can those be sent to the accounts payable office as well, just so we have some understanding of that? Is that a issue?
I'm fine with that.
I'm just asking if that's a...
Is that something we can do on your end?
Whoever.
I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't forward that information.
Yeah, or it might even be just easier to talk to them and they could just send it at the same time.
They're
There's
pretty
one less
detailed
step.
with their
Yeah.
billing and everything,
Yeah, maybe they just add the email accounts, when they send it, it goes to accounts payable in addition to, I'm assuming Laura, if I had to guess, is that where it goes?
I don't see any reason why we couldn't have done
I just want to say, unless there's an actual overage for that month, we don't get a detailed anything of the cost for it. It's just strictly the invoice which accounts payable does receive.
And unfortunately, we have had an overage
Yeah.
every month.
Yeah.
So just thinking about what makes it, it just seems like that would be a good
Okay.
thing for us to have a sense of fairly quickly. On page 7, item P, like Peter, I guess my question is how frequently does 3C, the RNs and the LPNs work in excess of the hourly limit per week? I think it calls it 186. Do we just have a sense of that?
0 times in the 10 months I've been there.
Okay, I just didn't have a sense of that from,
Yeah. I don't recall that ever happened. Maybe Captain Smith, if you recall that differently, but I don't remember that's ever happened.
Last year.
okay, thank you. That's good to know. Looking on page 10 of the agreement, item V, this talks about automatic renewal again, and I know this is something that we had talked about, that, we talked about having it for 1 year and then, rather than the 2-year period. So I'm just asking in light of every conversation we've had about
Yeah,
agreements now.
and I believe we even talked to them that day in the meeting
did.
about it, and they were fine with that. don't
So
think
I
it's a
just
big
bring
deal.
that up
Yeah.
because what we have in front of us doesn't mirror
Yeah.
the conversation, so.
Sure. Could I speak to that? We did direct them, it was my understanding, and I was going to ask that, in that meeting, that the contract would state specifically it would not continue for more than a 4-year period. I thought that was going to be reflected in this contract, and I don't see it either.
I just haven't gotten to that, but that was another point also, because it doesn't reflect that as well as part of that entire conversation that day. And then I have one other item in here. If there are any issues in here in regard to litigation, can we request that be heard here in Franklin rather than, this is kind of a whole. And typically that's something that comes up
Yeah.
routinely in our conversation. So nothing, just questions in general about the agreement.
So I'm going to ask for county, are you done, Squire? Okay.
Yes, sir, that's what I have.
I just
Thank
want to
you.
make sure.
Yep, no, that's what I have. Thank you.
Mr. County Attorney,
And
question.
I've got questions too.
With those two changes, and I don't think they're going to have any problems with either of those, because really we discussed both of those in that meeting, being no more than 4-year contract, and if there were to be litigation, it'd be in Franklin County. Can we make those changes ourselves and still get this through tonight?
I think we can move to adopt the contract or accept the contract with those two amendments of the contract.
Okay.
We can send that back to them
And then obviously, we will review it, and I will not sign it until you sign off on it stating that what they changed is what our wishes were. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. Any other question?
Yeah, Judge?
Oh, I'm sorry. Squire.
Part of that conversation we had when we met with them, there was a request to have some additional information about costing sent back to us about what it would look like to have 3C provide a social worker effectively, as well as, if I remember correctly, it was a nurse med passing, either a nursing assistant or there was some other position, I can't remember exactly specifically, that they were going to work on. I don't know if we got that information to see
There's
brought to them.
I think there's already a nurse practitioner that passes meds, correct?
I believe it's an LPN.
It's an LPN. That's fine too, because they have somebody on call all the time, right? But I don't think it's correct that we talked about a social worker.
I'm calling it incorrect, but there was a request for 2 positions that they were specifically going to provide us some additional costing estimates for us to look at, and I can't remember what we called them, but.
Laura, would you, Can I ask Laura, sorry? Laura, would you mind reaching out to them? Because I vaguely remember that they were gonna kind of kick some, I think we can still go on with this contract because anything else would be in addition to. Just kind of remind them that they were gonna get us some pricing on a couple different positions.
They had a,
Perfect, thank you.
they had a recommendation of if we were to spend what they thought we needed, there was 2 additional positions, and we talked about having somewhat of a path already towards maybe filling one of those on our own, but we wanted to see what it would look like in the costing of both of those.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that, I'd like to have the whole court to see that before we get too far along, so,
Okay.
but we can still approve that tonight.
Yeah. Any other questions for Ron on this agenda item? Squire Sebastian?
This is not a question.
Perfect.
You're going to transition out of this.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
And
Look at that smile. I wasn't gonna say, we still have another
I can't
agenda
see.
item. I didn't want him leaving.
as short as I am, I can't see that.
I
So
will miss the people very much, but it's a difficult job.
I wanted to say a true heartfelt share appreciation for everything you've done, because wearing multiple hats is a very difficult thing for anyone, whether you're a seasoned employee or brand new at it. And you have done an absolute fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
And
I
I
appreciate that.
truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
And everybody that you've worked with, because everyone has come together as a team, and that's a fantastic thing to see.
Yeah, all the credit goes to the team. They, especially the senior staff, they are excellent, hardworking, dedicated public servants, and it's been a joy to work with them. It's been a joy to work with the court, particularly, I mean, I think every magistrate here has been to the jail at least once, some multiple times, and there's been a lot of engagement. It's been good working with the court staff, and it's been a challenge, but I've enjoyed it, so thank you.
I'm not letting you off yet. Let's go to the next agenda item, and then I'll praise you a little bit. I'm worried you're gonna take off on me.
Well, you might be right, but.
All righty, next agenda item, SAP program.
The SAP program. So we did an RFP, which was a learning process for me, but we did it. We had one response. It was the Shepherd's House group that we had been talking with. That we had an on-site visit this Monday. Jailer-elect Hopper was there. Was able to be kind of looped into the program as part of our transition that we're working on. We have this contract that you have in front of you. To make a long story short, we're going to bill the state $45 and change per day per inmate or client, as we call them. And then in return, Shepherd's House is going to provide all of the programming for $10 a day. So it's very clean and simple. You know, they will help us fill the beds, and they will help us with our billing and things like that. But they're working currently in 3 other jails. All those jails are very pleased with their services. They have the experience that I think we need to get this off the ground. It's new to us, but it's not new to them. They've been doing it for years. So they're familiar with the county jail system, how jails work. And I think I would recommend that the county engage in this contract.
So I'm gonna ask Max. Max, have you looked over this contract? Does everything look okay to you?
It's good form of legality. Same thing
There
I
you
always
go.
say.
Standard language.
Questions for Ron? Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. If we could look on page 19, do we have any idea of what the projected startup cost for the program is? Because on that page, it talks about different colored uniforms to separate individuals out, curriculum materials that we have to purchase, books that individuals will take with them. So do we have just a sense of that because we cap out at 40 individuals in the program? So I just assumed somebody kind of costed out maybe what that would be.
I would say
Because there's
that
probably mats, pillows.
all of those things have already been paid for out of last year's budget because we had it in there. So now the uniforms, I couldn't give you a hard dollar figure on that, but I think it's well within the existing budget. Some of these things like that, we could certainly use commissary money to pay for if there's money in commissary.
I love hearing using commissary money.
Well,
See me dance over here now.
There's
first
not
time.
much money in there right now, but you could use what is in there for that.
I
The
like hearing we can
curriculum,
use it for something.
particularly, you could take that with you. You know, that's, I think it's well within our budget for this year.
Say, I'm sorry, I don't have an idea on the curriculum, but a lot of these numbers, like uniforms and things of that nature, we went over when we introduced the budget. When we were first starting cost of what we would need to spend.
It's basically included in what the budget for this next fiscal year.
Okay, so just as long as I understand that it's all within that and it's not,
It has, and it's already budgeted.
thank you.
Now,
Just,
if we get fortunate and we are very successful, which I feel sure we will be, you're going to increase that number from 40 to as much as 80, and maybe, more down the road. That's been the experience in other jails, is they give you a little time to see if you can handle it, how you're going to, you're going to run your program right and keep it full. Once we do that, then they're going to give us more clients. At that point, it's possible that you may have to, we may have to ask for something at that point, but not with the 40 that we have now.
that's fantastic.
And Ron, I believe you all over budgeted a little bit, correct? That considering that we're going to be scaling up slowly, but you budgeted for full capacity for the whole year, if I remember correctly.
Not quite the whole year, so we had to hit a moving target from a moving target in that we didn't have the state budget yet to know what we were going to be approved. So I don't remember exactly what we did on that, but we kept it low in the beginning. Yeah, 2 months at 20 and then gradually stepping up. Now, I don't think we'll hit the revenue numbers this year, because if they keep us at 40, that, for the whole year, we won't quite make the revenue. But I really feel like that the DOC has been very encouraging of this program, and they really want it. So I think as long as we do a good job, and I'm sure we will, that it'll be the best program in the state, and we'll keep it full. And just as an example, in Grant County, they started out kind of slow. They have 180 people in their SAP program now. And they started out with 60. That was what they were allowed at first, and they built up rapidly over, but after about 6 months, they started filling up the place. So that's what I would expect our experience to be.
Mark Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. On page 20, it talks about reporting. Do we know which entity is, responsible for the reporting? It talks about there are several entities involved in the operations of the SAP program. Reporting
That is going to be them. They are responsible.
That will be
for
them?
that, yes.
Okay.
They work hand in hand with DOC already, and that's why I like these folks, because they already know all the system, and we would be learning this.
That is
So they already
fantastic.
know.
Under the portion where it's just really the contract, not the leading up to the contract, so that's page 1 of that. 2A, the term of the agreement, here again, is for 2 years, so can we say that it's for a year and then add it to another year? Because it states that this agreement shall remain in effect beginning July 1, 2024, and expire the 30th day of June 2026. So that puts us in again, that same, if we're okay with it.
Well, I'm just wondering what the conversation was. Was there any minimum of like a 2-year contract for that pricing or anything like that, or do you see a problem with that?
I don't see a problem with it, but
Okay.
I wouldn't want to speak for them because I haven't directly addressed it. I don't anticipate that it'll be a problem, but I have not directly.
So we could
spoken with
potentially do the same
Jared
thing.
about
Is that okay? Thanks.
But Judge, if I could ask a question, is it not related to our award from the state for the biennium budget that we've been effectively guaranteed funds for SAP program for a 2-year period, which is reflected in this contract?
I would defer to Mr. Conley on that because I'm not 100% sure.
I can't recall off the top of my head. I don't have the contract that we had from the state for SAP. I can't recall that off the top of my head. I remember it was for multiple years. It wasn't just for a
I believe that's
contract.
correct. I believe it's a 2-year contract with the state, and this mirrors that. I think that's the way to go because they're directly tied to each other.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think we can get out of
Yeah.
it pretty easy if we needed to.
And it's still in our term.
With the caveat that sometimes in a biennial budget, they will break things down, cost out per fiscal year. So we may, when you look at it, you
Yeah.
know, you can advise us accordingly. And then I guess the next question, and I think the last question I have is on 2B, the item 2B. Here it talks about termination at a 15-day period for cost, and then there's another period that it talks about 30-day termination for anything else in 2C. Is that sufficient time if for some reason Shepherd's House walks away in 30 days? is that, will that give us adequate time to find a new provider for those services? Because my assumption is maybe our staff doesn't have the appropriate training to just jump in there and do it, et cetera. So I'm just asking the question about, does that give us a buffer of time that we need to continue the service?
I would have to say that based on this, limited experience of one time doing it, we only had one person respond to the RFP, so it might not be easy to get another person.
To find, that's,
Basically, the way it's done is you have a provider like this group, and then a lot of jails hire their own people. I just don't feel like that's the way to start it up. If we get it up and running and it's running great, and we want to hire our own staff, then that might be something for someone in the future to do. But for the startup, you need the people to know what they're doing to come in there and do it. So I guess my question is, or my answer to that question is, I really don't know how long it would take to find a replacement, because we only have this one person who responds.
okay. I raise the issue so that we're all very cognizant. If there is something that is a hiccup in the program, and the other party chooses to walk away, we need to be thinking about that, which I'm sure everybody's already thinking about. Not saying that they would, but,
They're pretty established. They've been around, I think, over 20 years. They're pretty established. They've been doing it in the local jails and are been very successful in Grant County in that program that went from almost nothing to, one of the bigger ones in the state, so.
I totally understand. It's just one of those things.
I get it. I'm a planner too.
Franklin
so
County doesn't want to be the exception to that great rule.
Sure, I understand.
Thank you, Squire. Any other questions for Ron on this, Squire Wisman?
Yeah, Judge, the final page of the contract, Ron, page 9, Exhibit A, we speak to a 20-bed substance abuse program and a 20-bed jail-based women's aftercare program. I'm just wondering and thinking that the 40-bed allotment effectively that's said here, but there's potential for us to scale within our award even larger than that when we have, what, a 80-bed facility, if I remember correctly?
We have an occupancy certificate for 95, but the rules require one counselor per 20 clients. So you need to be dealing with something that's divisible by 20 evenly. So I would hope that we would be able to get to 100 eventually, because I think that the need is there, and financially it doesn't make any sense to have 95. When it doesn't hurt us, it hurts them, because they have to provide that counselor, but they're short a person, or short five clients. So I don't think that answers your question.
Well, I'm just wondering, we're going to get started. We're going to be reviewing this contract with Shepherd's House again within the next 2 years.
Yes.
We're going to see that number creep up as we are able to prove our ability to manage it. So, in my thought, we're going to have some time to sort of work out the bugs and the kinks and come back to this contract more informed to flesh out anything we need to. And hopefully, I would like to see this be the beginning of a program that we could run in-house and have, as the capital city yet again, be a proving ground, maybe to feed out into the world of the state. I think we need to be more proactive in being a place where you can get experience and pilot programs like this. So
That sounds good to me. I agree.
Any other questions for Ron?
just a comment, if I may, Judge, is,
Yep.
From my perspective on the jail task force, I have to thank you, Ron, and I have to thank all of the jail staff. We've thrown a whole heck of a lot at you all, and there's not been a single complaint, not any ego involved, even when there's been some shade thrown in some directives. It has been a joy to work with you all and dig into the weeds of something. When I was running, I was not expecting to have to get into this level of knowledge of that jail facility, but I'm excited, and I think we have a lot of that to owe to you and Ms. King and others at the jail, that we're taking a directive that I hope is going to be much different than maybe the past was. So often people are released from jail and have nowhere to go, no planning. This program specifically, I'm excited, will be one avenue to help put people back on the road and back into functional society with some pre-planning and steps toward that direction. So I hope we can continue on that trajectory for many years to come and making that facility much more of a a rehabilitation facility rather than just a retention facility. So I think we're going to be on a good road from here on out because of the work you've done. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's been a run, Ron. 10 months? How long has it been?
It's been 10 months.
It has been 10 months.
Yeah.
So I remember when the thing was thrown on my plate that, you can appoint somebody or figure it out. And so I called the sheriff. First one I called, I said, what are we going to do? And I think he kind of had you in mind because you had worked there previously 5 years. And I remember the first time we met, you said, what'd you say? You said, I want to do it. It's kind of my last hurrah because you're getting close to retirement. And I want to leave it better than I found it. And by far you have.
Thank you.
We've done all the bathrooms that we never thought would be possible. Staff, you're completely full. And we've had previous people tell us that could never happen. Morale's high. You all been painting the jail. I think there's some sense of pride. And I think that goes a long ways. So, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Oh yeah, it was black.
That 10 months.
Oh, is it still there?
Yeah. That was yeah. Ron, thanks again.
Yes, sir.
And your team. Alrighty. Next one is kitchen at Lakeview Park. So I'm going to talk about this a little bit. Surprised me a little bit. So we know we're working on Lakeview Park project. Charlie can speak on it a little bit if he wants to. What we didn't realize, we kind of underestimated what a kitchen will do for a facility. So, we had always thought, being a bunch of guys, I'm going to be honest, hey, we're just going to figure this out and we're going to throw some cookers in there and do whatever. It's not that easy. So we've talked to Elizabethtown and they said they have a beautiful complex. They messed up and didn't build kitchens. So a lot of the revenue, they can't deep fry things, they can't do stuff like that. And so for me, I'm like, well, why can't we just call somebody and throw some stuff in there? It doesn't work that way. So had two bids. One of them was $29,000. The one in front of you is $8,000 and change. Randy and his Randy and his team brought it to us. I feel confident that this company will do a great job. It doesn't involve the kitchen aspects of it, so I didn't realize it's the whole mechanics. It's the grease traps that are located outside in the concrete where the truck comes and pumps it and things like that, okay? I'm not a kitchen person. Fire suppression, hoods, all those things, I've made a living
learning so much about all that.
Living planting trees and shrubs, not designing kitchens. So I tried to do it, guys, but they said I couldn't do it. So that's what's before you. I do think it's probably going to put us a little bit behind, but they're hoping to have everything ready latest August 1st to release for bid. So once they get those things closer, then we'll have another committee meeting to kind of go over the whole project and kind of where we are with it. But right now, we really need to kind of do this last phase to get it over the finish line for design, build things. Any questions for me?
Yeah, Judge, could you go into this a little bit more? I only have one bid. You said we received two. We'd like to see both, but I'm not really sure. We didn't get into the nuts and bolts in that presentation we had about the park plans, where this is going to be, how this is going to function, and I'm always cognizant with this park project that if I have questions or I'm unfamiliar with things, I know the public is. So I would really like us to consider having a work session that we invite the public in and have a full presentation of what has been ongoing, what's been changing, and what plans are developing, and where we are with this entire project that the community had a lot of input in. And generally, if you could explain what this is and where and how it's going to fit into the plan a little more.
So basically, I think we kind of looked at the plans, and I'm happy to share anything we have, and I know most things are still online. Basically, what we're looking at is the fourplex and the threeplex on the softball complex, and there's two building structures that will house bathrooms, umpire changing rooms, score things. Charlie, if I missed something, let me know. And most importantly, the concessions. So we originally just went at it and said, we'll do a kitchen in one, we'll do warmers in the other because they're not that far apart. We talked to E-Town and they said that's a mistake. They said you need full kitchens in both for anybody running this facility to make money. That's where your money is in these concessions. So basically, in a nutshell, that's what this is for right there.
So concession stands for the ball fields.
Uh-huh.
And I don't remember the full facility, but this was designing two separate facilities.
Kitchens inside the buildings.
Okay.
Yeah. So like at the four-plex softball field right now, we have a structure. It's there, it's just different, it's old, but basically it'd be replacing that with a whole new place. And then one down on that bottom field also. So they have to figure all the electric out, all the plumbing, all the grease traps, the hoods, the fire suppression, like you said. So that's what's included in this bid here.
Or two separate kitchens.
Yes.
Exactly.
Could you go into a little bit of what the
Quotes,
desire is
quotes.
to have in these kitchens? I mean, there's a difference in having a fryer and a flat top versus traditional concessions equipment, and
Right.
what level of
They specialize in
preparation.
sports complexes.
They're going to
So,
provide
yeah,
us some
This is what they do, so.
best case scenario they're going to design for us. And
Yeah.
has there been any feedback given to them about what we want to see, or what the park committee wants to see in those terms of 3 fryers in each one, or?
Well, I'm leaving that up
what?
to them and the architects. We've hired Williams Architects that builds these things. So, I don't know much about kitchens, but between Williams Architects, this one, and then the builder of the material, the structures that they do this all over the country, I'm honestly gonna leave it up to them, because if I input, I'm probably gonna steer them in the wrong way. They know what we're building, they know our audience, they know population, and where we're trying to go with this.
Could we make sure to connect them with our health inspector to have a conversation at least about what he generally expects?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I did a stint in kitchen design and supply at one point, so I'm more
Okay.
familiar.
Yep, be happy to run that by him. Alrighty, thank you. Next, I believe, we're gonna go to net recovery. So Andrew is, I believe he says Jeff, is he on by any chance?
No, Judge, he's not back with us.
Okay, so let's just,
He says I was on for a bit, but I had to leave on my vacation, which means his wife wants him.
yeah, he's a very smart man. I'm not saying a word. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. So I'm going to ask some questions just to make sure I can educate myself.
Yep,
Because I saw this fabulous presentation during my last term on the court,
I remember.
and it was eye-opening, and testimony today, again, just reinforced everything that we saw in that presentation. So in looking at the agreement, I don't see a per participant price. So who can help me with
I
that?
can answer
rate?
that. So at this point, since the things that have changed is that it was a study, correct? And it is no longer a study. They've been FDA approved. So it has been increased to $5,500 per participant, but they're going to keep it at $5,000 for us per participant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So is that per participant rate like a one-time,
Yes.
non-transferable rate at the onset of treatment? And so I guess my question is, have they ever seen a need to treat the same person again?
No.
Because none
No.
of that was covered in like the video that we saw, so I just had
They
to-
don't typically treat more than once.
one time. Okay. And the agreement states that it is a prescription device.
Yes.
So will county funds be used for like a copay, a deductible, or the full cost of the
The
prescription?
full cost of the prescription. Because insurance, because it was just FDA approved, insurance doesn't cover this yet. It'll take about 2 years for Medicaid to take it on, so
Okay.
does that make sense?
So, I guess since, I don't even know how to ask this the right way. So since county money is going to be guaranteed, what mechanism is going to be in place to ensure that all treatment options are explored, and that, I guess, this item, this treatment option, is not, default is the wrong word, but like the one that is an automatic go-to? Because
We're only going to be
I
able to
don't know.
treat 15 people if we're doing it at $75,000,
Okay,
so.
I had no idea because it didn't
I
say
know.
for sure.
Yeah, well, and that's up to you guys. I mean, you all need to, we all need
So
to
I'm
make
kinda
that
shooting-
decision.
My questions are shooting in the dark right now because I don't.
Right, so,
Okay.
and remember, just remember that this is a part of their treatment, right? But this is gonna cover whatever needs to happen for them in treatment at the Isaiah House, because Isaiah House has gone into a contract with Net Recovery. And so this, because Net Recovery is trying to get this out there and help as many people as possible, they're taking on that cost. But they will get wraparound services as well. Does that make sense?
Yes, because I'm just assuming we didn't want to see this as just a standalone because.
Absolutely,
to your
never,
point-
never
To your point, they
will
are
it
going to
be a
need.
standalone.
Yep. To
Never.
your point, they're going to need to have.
Can I ask
the-
Bardakis, and thank you for answering all this, but you know this material, so now that you brought that up, so is it, I don't remember seeing in here the Isaiah House listed, because
It's
that's.
not.
it's-
But that's where it happens.
And that's what I thought from the first time we saw this 5 years ago. It
Yes.
says Isaiah House. She even said it. So can that be put in here that it's a partnership with Isaiah House?
Sure, it was in the last one, I think.
Yeah, I don't
think
know
they
why.
just
This
left
one.
it
I read
out.
it twice and I didn't see it.
It's not
And
in this one, and it also says multiple facilities.
Well, okay, so
trying
let
to make
me,
sure I
all right,
understand that
so
part.
here's, I think
Because of the
here is probably why they didn't put Isaiah House in there. Because it doesn't have to be Isaiah House. It can be not any. It can be a lot of different rehabs. The reason they started with Isaiah House and did this partnership with Isaiah House is because they are all over the state, and this was going to be a statewide study. So some things have changed because it's no longer a study. So, with a study, everything has to be exactly the same, right? I mean, all of it has to be the same. That is no longer the case. So they could, after, and they just started 2 days ago, by the way. They've already treated people. But they could choose to, take this into other rehabs. They could choose to take this into other clinics. It can happen pretty much anywhere. Yes.
could I request that we put Isaiah
Sure.
House? For the sole reason of, she kept going to, and we've talked on all these things, wraparound services, and this no disrespect to any of the other facilities out there, but everything that we've heard from them has been Isaiah House, and to me, I can sleep a little bit better
If you know
knowing.
it's going to happen at Isaiah House?
Yeah, because of the
Okay. Sure.
wraparound services. I don't think that's a
Absolutely.
big deal. I mean, like I said, and depending on where we end up with money, I mean, we're not talking 1,000 people.
No.
It's a manageable thing, so.
Now, in item 1.2.2, which is on page 1, where it says, NRC shall be responsible to recruit county
Yes.
residents who meet the eligibility criteria for inclusion.
So can I,
How does that?
I'll tell you what that's going to look
And that'll
like.
help
Because
me.
he and I just had a 2-hour conversation.
Okay.
Not 2 hours, I'm exaggerating, but it felt like a long time. We talked about, so different communities are doing it in different ways, okay? And we get to choose how we do this. What my thought is, we have a couple of agencies in town, in addition to Deaton and Deaton, that do treatment, that treat people who have addiction issues, correct? We also have the Sheriff's Department that is very well versed in who in this community, as is Max, who in this community is most in need and is likely to die without treatment. And those are the people that we are hoping will agree to treatment. The other thing that I'm thinking, and actually this is probably the best option because all of these people are involved in this, is the situation table. So this, do you remember the situation table? So the situation table takes, like we can each take a referral to the situation table. So I'm gonna make up a scenario. I have a 30-year-old who is living in a household, who is using drugs on the regular, has OD'd 6 times in the last month, right? This family doesn't know what to do with them. And so the situation table can go in, we can get a group of people together, and we can go to them and say, we understand this is what's happening, what can we do to help you? this is one of the things we could do to help them.
So Kelly, I got a question.
Yes,
It's a 7-day treatment. If it doesn't.
max.
So this is gonna be somebody who is willing and wanting to get off drugs to make it stick.
Absolutely,
If it doesn't
yes.
stick, then they're not eligible again.
Not with us
Not
paying
with
for it,
us paying for it,
certainly.
right.
But also, it is, you keep the electrodes on for up to 7 days. That doesn't mean treatment is 7 days, okay? So they're kind of separate things.
So the electrodes are on, they've gotta go to the Isaiah House
To
to get
do
hooked up
that.
to do the treatment.
And then if they choose to go somewhere else for the remainder of their treatment, they can do that.
Just as
We're not
long as-
telling people how to, I'm not in the business of telling people what to do because
No, I
they
got
know,
it.
right? They know themselves best. Isaiah House is, I think they're a great rehab, but they're pretty religious, and some people are not going to want to stay there long-term. They'll want to go to a more secular kind of, hospitalization type program, possibly. I'm making that up. I don't know. People decide different things for themselves. So this treatment is required for up to 7 days.
Consecutive, day after day after day.
Consecutive, yes.
And
And then they get the wraparound services. They have the wraparound services provided. If they choose to go somewhere else, then their insurance picks that up, or they pay for that, or whatever.
so the 5,000 is only guaranteed for us at,
I'll tell you what, it's about as much of a guarantee as you're ever gonna get with addiction. I know that.
no, I was just trying to figure it out. I mean,
Yeah.
you've got it in here, 5,000, you said it's up to 5,500.
Well,
We're gonna
they're
try.
they're gonna end up charging 5,500, because that's really what it costs them. They're doing it for us for 5,000 because they told me they would.
How long do you think that'll last?
Well, it'll last
This
for all of the
contract,
people that we're gonna
Just
treat.
the junior contract, okay.
All the people, and then hopefully very soon, and I'm working on figuring out ways to move this along faster so we save more lives, but, I think insurance will end up picking this up pretty quickly, because it's a lot cheaper
Yeah.
than having somebody in rehab 6, 7 times, right? And that works for 10% of the population, maybe,
For 2 years straight.
exactly,
Or
and,
longer. Right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Sebastian.
Okay, thank you, Judge. My last question is about the forum and venue. Can we have that put in here as Franklin County? If there's any kind of litigation that comes out of this in any way? Because I think they
That's
are
a
in,
request that we can go. There was a provision added into the contract last minute
Last minute, and I just,
at my request.
okay,
So-
I'm just asking because
But
they're in
it's-
Delaware.
he added a hold harmless clause, and, which I think is a great idea, and we've got that, so.
So,
You understand why I'm asking the question?
and I think it would be,
Ask it every time.
so the suit would be a suit on the contract is what you're talking about.
Yep, that's correct, yes, sir.
It's a contract law deal. So can you do me a favor? Could you add those things that Sherry has asked for, and I will get it to them and have them just add those? We can vote on this tonight with the understanding we're going to make those additions, correct?
And then
Thanks,
what we'll do,
Max.
Max, we'll
Thanks,
get
Sherry.
that. We'll make sure they all check the boxes
Yes.
before I sign anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
If I could,
Yeah, go ahead, Squire.
when we first had this presented to us as the study, I was hoping we would go ahead and support, and I thank Kelly for fielding so much of this information. You're so versed and have probably saved time and energy for many people just by being our intermediary. Do you know other communities that have already signed on? I understand other Kentucky counties have signed on or already in
Scott
process.
County, there's several. Hardin County, I believe, Scott County, there's been several, and there's going to be more now that it's FDA approved, because I think that was kind of the blocking point for a lot of communities, was it was a little scary for them because it hadn't been FDA approved yet. Scott County's putting a lot of money into it.
Yeah.
A lot, yeah.
I understand why Isaiah House and some of the stipulations that they were presenting to us before were there, but I think it's important to allow them the flexibility, so I'm going to push back against specifying Isaiah House. I think it's important for addicts to be able to go where they have the most support, and we know that Franklin County, because we are one of the last I understand 3 homeless shelters in Kentucky, in the central Kentucky. We have an influx of people, we all know we do right now, that may have support elsewhere in the state, that if we can get them to a treatment facility, it may be best for them to go somewhere to have that level of support back wherever it may be. And I don't want to hamstring anything in the project now that they're FDA approved and the entire, result and focus of this project has changed. It opens doors that were not open before, and I want to make sure we have all of those wide open to everybody as much as we possibly can and put as many people into the program that are willing to. We have a drastic need in the community. Just the other day, I was out with Penny and we walked into a facility. It was very obvious into a structure that people were squatting and using. And she asked me, what do we do about these people? What can we provide? And I don't know sometimes, but we're working on something. So
I totally get, I totally get your point. I think that we will have people so quickly that I agree with you. I don't want to hamstring anybody. I want them to be able to do what they need to do for themselves. I would want that. I would want that for myself. I don't want somebody telling me where to go or how to do that for treatment. But I do think that because they have started with Isaiah House and will probably continue with Isaiah House because it's what they have set up for their study, I think we will have treated 15 people before they ever kind of spread out anywhere else. Does that make sense? So it doesn't matter to me. I totally appreciate that perspective. I'm a therapist. I want people to get the treatment they need in the way they need it. However, either way, I think will work.
I think for this first round, because they are established, they have the wraparounds, I would just feel more comfortable knowing that's the direction we're heading on this one. And hopefully it works and we get feedback and we can fund more.
Well, and can I say also, I know it's a really long night, but I did want to explain that there is a reporting system. And they have set that up. It is beautiful. I'm real jealous of it. And we won't get names ever because we don't need to get names. Yeah. I can probably get names. Nobody needs names of people that are being treated. However, we will get all of the data that we need afterward so that we can see that this is actually working. And I think, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Amy, but I think there's a good chance we will be getting more money and we could treat more people in the future if this works well for us. And I want to make sure that we stay open to that, so I want it to work well. And I love the reporting system.
I think the case for Isaiah House is pretty strong.
Yeah. Squire Tanner, you had your hand up.
I want to make a statement more than a question. We talk about it being county money, and it is county money because it's all county money, but this is specifically from the opioid settlement fund, which comes here from the settlement that was obtained by the suit that the state filed against the companies. I don't know whether it's one specific or all of them together, but anyway, so this pot of money we're using to treat these people were put in the situation that they're in because of these companies, and they should have to pay for it. And this is where the money's coming from. It's not general fund money. That's what I'm trying to say.
Good point, Squire. All right, so
is there, let me ask Kelly about capacity. Initially, when they came in and talked about the study, they were sort of setting a capacity out for every county. I'm assuming that's out of the water now.
Doesn't matter.
And we have $222,000 sitting there. We could throw everything we have at it if we wanted to.
We could, we shouldn't,
have capacity?
but we could. Yes,
So,
but
at the $5,000 discounted rate, let's say, at the moment, then I'm more inclined to throw a little more and provide more opportunity for more people to use it, because I really think there'll be an absorption of everything we put toward it very quickly. So I'm more inclined, 75 was mentioned, but I'm more inclined to 125 or maybe 100 to provide 25 slots, because I think there will be a used group of people who will jump at the opportunity, or I hope so.
We all know 15 people is nothing in this county.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I could name 15 people right now and not have to think about it very hard at all. So I'm not going to disagree with you, and I want to save all their lives, so.
I'll just go on record. I'd like to put 100,000 of our opioid money I'd really rather push that to 125 since we have 222 and some change there. Let's use up every bit we can. Let's save some money. I'm attending the opioid conference at KCO tomorrow. I think Kelly's going for a while to learn about some other opportunities and some other use for that. But this seems to be with the FDA approval now, one of the best opportunities that we have at our disposal to get people help tomorrow, which might save a life that is going to expire in 3 days from now.
And it keeps people from having to ever take Suboxone or one of those medications that keeps them addicted and also kills people, by the way. It keeps that from happening. People don't have to get a shot once a month to stay clean. They don't have to do those things anymore. This frees human beings to reach their full potential is what it does.
But I think, being in those task force meetings and things, there's a lot of other components that we've talked about where some of the monies could go and things like that.
Absolutely, and we're going to do the things. And
Yeah.
you know me, I've worked
Oh, I
really
know,
hard
I
to
know.
make sure we have
Well, I
partnerships.
know, but there's also,
so
I
we're not
think
paying
that,
for all of
I talked
it.
the week at the training, I probably talked to 5 different counties around us and everyone's just sitting, waiting. Do we do a big detox center together? Everyone's trying to figure out what the best scenario is. So I'm comfortable.
The best scenario is to save lives now.
I know that, but you know what I'm
That's
saying.
the best scenario,
But
yes.
it's a process, and we're working through it, and this is kind of a first phase, things like that, so,
And this is an experimental, well, it was an experimental, it's now proven and now has FDA approval that I truly hope will be an answer for a significant amount of population, that things like brick and mortar detox facilities are not going to be as necessary in the future. And hopefully with insurance payments being able to, Medicare changed around a couple of years ago that they're paying in for treatment facilities for almost everyone now. I'm thinking this is going to change the climate quite a bit, so I would rather put more money to something that might work and might save a life tomorrow than hoping that we're going to come together as 10 counties to build a facility that may not be necessary or be superfluous in a year or two. So I will ask, as soon as we vote on this tonight, I would like there's this link in our contract, the final fix on Amazon.com. I would like for us, if we can, Judge, to put that out on our social media that anybody can share and see what this is. There's a fairly lengthy documentary that followed around people in Kentucky to show exactly what this device, I guess is the word for it.
It's a device, yeah.
Has done
Yeah.
for people, and
It's a beautiful documentary. I mean, you know me, I cried through the whole thing, but it was beautiful. I mean, it's real people telling you how this worked for them, just like that young lady earlier. And it shows you people who didn't make it there to get it done and what happened to them. So it's pretty powerful.
all right, so let's, I think everybody's in agreement here, now it comes down to money, so let's talk about it. So Kelly's, I think, proposed 75. I was honestly at 50 in my head just first round, just trying to figure it out. I could probably, stay at 75, depending on where everybody's at, so. Where's it? Eric, Squire Wisman has said 100, so let's
I'm
just.
actually at 100. I'm going to go with Eric on
Okay.
this.
I think we give it a try for the 75, see what it, get some feedback on it. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but I'm new to it, I have no idea. But I would like to see, if it comes, we get good reports back, and the next month, I mean, if we're doing a 7-day treatment, we should know pretty quick, what direction we're going in.
Well, you'll know that they're detoxed. You won't know how well they're going to do in the future, and that's something that we can track.
That's my
Absolutely.
point with staying where we're at, because if we,
we're not at anywhere right now. That was part of that 75 was part of a formula that was set aside for us when this was still a study. There's nothing defined at the moment. I'll just say that, just for your information, that was previous.
I would like to see some feedback.
All right.
I would agree, Squire Harrod. I think for us to get some feedback, I think Squire Dyke has said that that's going to be a critical point for us moving forward. And I think we can get that feedback, and I would be in also. I'll be in at 75, I'll say that.
I'm gonna look at either Squire Blackburn, Squire Tanner to kind of input.
Yeah, I'll agree with you, Judge, and then the original 75. It's promising. Everybody in this room's been affected and lost people. I lost a nephew. I lost another nephew for 2 years and got him back, and he did it a really hard way. This way was way faster.
It's much faster.
And
it's much less dangerous.
right, and they can do it here. And I think feedback will be quick. So I'm hoping that we do this, get it done, signed, and we do it again real soon. Real soon.
Corey Tanner?
Well, I have the same thought as Squire Blackburn has, and Harry, everybody else really. Let's do, and including everybody, but anyway, the 100,000 is not out of reach, but it's also a doable number once we get some kind of feedback from what we tried with the 75. So I'm actually for the 100, but I'm gonna stick with the 75. That doesn't sound very logical, but that's the way I
Listen,
feel.
it's 15 people
Yep.
that are gonna get a treatment that most people have never been able to get. So I'm thrilled. I'll take as much as you guys will give me, but I'm thrilled.
And I just want to say thank you to the court. This is a big step. This is something we've talked about for a long time.
I should have done it much earlier, but could I ask, there's not been any reports from the opioid committee to the body. I haven't seen any minutes from those meetings. Kelly, I know we've talked, but could we have a little update of what the heck we're going to spend the rest of this money on? We've been sitting on for 2 years.
So I can tell you, one of the things that we really should have had in here tonight, but it went into spam or junk or something, and who knows why, probably because I sent it from my personal email address that I shouldn't have. But the contract for, and it's a very small amount of money, but it's a really important piece of this, is getting transportation to get people into treatment. So I think we're definitely going to do that. It's $5,000. It's to, to have transportation for kids to get to counseling, for people to go to detox, to people, for people to get into treatment and get home from treatment, all those things. Medicaid pays for a lot of that, but some people aren't on Medicaid. And so we have to make sure that we can get people to group, people to AA meetings, whatever it is they need for their treatment plan, that's what we have to be able to get transportation for them to participate.
Team, on that task force, there's a lot of school counselors, and I'm going to tell you as a parent, it's really disheartening to hear about kids that are in 6th grade, 7th grade that are hooked on opioids. So the fund that I think Kelly's talking about, I believe in Franklin County, we have a lot of good volunteers, participant churches, a lot of great organizations moving people around.
We do.
To my understanding, there is a lack of when, believe it or not, a 7th grader has to be detoxed. There's no way for him or her to get to Lexington. So it's kind of just small funds. So really, they were kind of guessing at what it would take to, it's basically putting it in a piggy bank, and when they need it, they'll use it, but they don't think they would use that much of it.
Right.
But not having, some in there, it has crippled them from being able to get kids help. To send them, because we don't have the places here in Franklin County to do a lot of the
Right.
things. Did I explain
But the
that
Ridge
correct?
does. So
the money
we
we
can get
have
them
now
to
is
the
our
Ridge.
money?
I'm sorry.
The money we have now is our money. Does it expire? Does it?
No.
No. We're good. We're good.
Given to all.
That was my question. It's not going away. We have it.
We've got it. It's ours. We're not wasting it. I promise.
We do have a time frame that we need to commit the money, though, correct? Is my understanding?
No, not to my
No.
understanding.
No.
Because there's
No.
another suit coming
It's-
right behind it that could be more.
Yeah, well, right, I think it's gonna be pretty open-ended for a while. And the third thing, and then I'm gonna hush about this and we can move on and get out of here, but the third thing is we're trying to partner with Wanda Joyce to get a social worker. We're not sure where yet. We haven't decided that yet, and I think that's, the reason is obvious, but Amy Snow is writing a grant to pay for half of it. We would pay for half of it out of opioid settlement funds, and we would have someone that can connect adults that are incarcerated or are in the court system for whatever reason, to make sure that they get connected to services, and all of that is done, and they feel like there's somebody there listening to them and helping them, and all of that. So we've got so many great services in Franklin County. People don't know about all of them, and they don't know how to get there, and they don't know how to get involved in them, and we need somebody to coordinate that. So that's where we are.
Thank you. We've been sitting on these funds for almost a year and a half. I don't want to wait for a hope and a prayer that we may build out a facility or come up with some other grand solution. I want to put them to work now. We have obvious more funds that are going to be coming to us in the future. We have dedicated funds every year from now on. Let's put this money to work and help anybody we possibly can now.
All right. Kelly, thank you again. And,
Thank you all so
I would
much.
say
You have no idea how
congratulations, 'cause you've
important
worked
this is
hard
to
on
me.
this. I know, it's not really congratulations, but it is, because you've worked hard and you've been a great proponent. All righty, Tammy, still with us? Where is she? There. Welcome back up.
The Farmdale Sanitation District is requesting an increase of $250,000 in CDBG funding for the Farmdale Sanitation District Interceptor Sewer System Project. The Franklin County Fiscal Court, as a government entity, is the recipient of this grant, and these funds have been subawarded to the Farmdale Sanitation District through an agreement. We attended, Judge Mueller, Squire Sebastian was in attendance at a meeting that, and as well as Farmdale Sanitation District on June the 10th. The Department for Local Government was there, along with Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, the Division of Water, and the Department of Local Government made us aware that we could apply for this increase in funding through our CDBG grant. So far we've secured several different funding sources for this project, and so this additional funding will get us one step closer to getting to construction.
And I just want to say, Tammy, thank you. It's been a journey. Squire Sebastian knows. So basically, it came to our attention months ago that the project was very short on funds. Tammy's been working, Squire Sebastian's been working, I've been working with Governor and all kinds of people, and finally, I think everyone said, let's get together and have a conversation. So we went, we had a really good meeting, 17 people in the room, but I would say by the end of it, there was a lot of good brainstorming. The agencies didn't really realize how bad the Farmdale pump stations, or whatever you want to call them, package plants, had gotten. And so it was really interesting to see everyone kind of input of how can we figure out how to get some more monies for Franklin County to help fix this problem once and for all.
So thank you,
Yeah.
Judge. So can I say, I heard a colleague say, how could they not know this? They're on the end of a piece of paper,
Yeah.
and they get lots of paper, and they talk to us about how much paper that they get.
Yeah.
But they had some clear-cut explanation and living color of the issues here. And that helps a long way. I think as Squire Tanner and I also tried to meet with some other individuals to lay out the case for utilization of funds for the protection of individuals for environmental and health and safety reasons. And that's the bottom line of this, is health and safety of my neighbors, of your neighbors. And if we all can't be about that, we can't be about anything.
Yeah. No, thank you, Squire. But to Tammy's point, they were very strategic on a roadmap of what we should do, how we should do it. They followed up with an email with Tammy and Bluegrass Ad, who's very active in this. So I believe we are getting very close to being able to start that project. So I commend everybody for working together on that. And Squire Blackburn.
So the 50% match, is that going to be borne by the fiscal court?
So if you'll pause, there's a resolution coming up.
I like that. All right, Tammy, let's go to the next item.
Well, it's 2 items away.
Okay, whatever you want to do. You can switch them up if you want.
But to answer that question, that match has been set aside. The Cleaner Water Program funds will qualify as match for this grant.
Some more bang for the buck.
Squire Blackburn, it's interesting when Karen Leverance, who now left the Bluegrass Ad, but she has offered to see this project through because she has been watching it for 20 years basically. And when we sit down and we look at what money's paying for what and what has to be paid for from U.S. materials only, and then what could come from here, what could come from there. This is getting ready to expire, but you can use this for that and not that. I mean, they lost me. I'm just sitting there. It's a complex ordeal. And I appreciate Tammy, Squire Sebastian, and everybody working on this. But I do think having that meeting was pivotal. We learned a lot, they learned a lot,
They
which is
learned
to,
a lot.
you know, they didn't realize it was this bad. And so I think that's gonna help us get it across the finish line, and that's a big goal, I know, of this court. So, yeah, let's keep moving.
Do you have any idea of the city's ability? I understand they were already going forward with the pump station to support the change in the capacity that's going to
Right.
be there by the interstate,
Off
right?
Twilight Trail. So they,
Were
yeah,
they at the
and
meeting as
Kenny
well?
Hogston and his team are in unison. HMB, or engineering, knows what's going on. They've broken the project down into 3 phases, because one of the thought is there is some monies that are getting close to being expired. So potentially, phase 1 could be literally putting pipe in the ground. They don't want to buy any pumps, you know, generators, whatever, that lift pumps and all that, because that is a warranty issue. Kenny Hogston and them, I think, are a year and a half or so out from being able to take it anyways. So they really, HMB's done a good job of coming up with a timeline as far as phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that it could all be put together. They're working on that. We're focusing on money and figuring out how to get it across the finish line. But I feel very good about it, and more comfortable that we're getting very close. Not to jinx anything, but yes.
I appreciate that. I remember this conversation for the last 10 years, continuously ongoing about this needs to be done, and then the state directing us to do some things. But, my concern at one point is that we can only really have one CDBG grant at a time, and there's so much need across this community that this thing needs to be pushed as much as we possibly
I
can,
can't push
however
any
we
harder.
can, to get it over the finish line so we can tackle some of those others.
I was very upset during this session because this is the one project that we were truly pushing with our lobbyists. I wanted to see this thing done 100%, and they didn't want to do anything, Congressman Comer was hoping for $5 million. He got a $750,000. That's a big shot. So we're getting there, and we're all working on it. So we're going to get there. I promise.
This next authorization is to apply for the jail arraignment equipment grant funded through House Bill 1 and the Department for Local Government. These funds will cover the software portion of the project. We had phase 1 of the project last year. That was for the hardware. This is phase 2 for the software. The next one is the authorization to apply for the Cabinet for Economic Development's grant program to fund the match portion of the CDBG for the Farmdale Sanitation District sewer project. The Kentucky legislature recently changed this program through House Bill 723. Projects qualifying for this grant must be in the public interest and for a public purpose and are vetted through a competitive application process. So if you approve to increase the CDBG by $250,000, then we will apply for the grant program for the match portion. So a total of $1,250,000. There were the changes that were associated or made during this legislative session. There's now a local match requirement. There's a formula that calculates that. Ours is 5%, so that will be $62,500. They also modified the scoring and evaluation criteria, and they removed the requirement for the project to be located in a priority community. So now it's opened up to all counties. We have asked the question to Compass about if ARPA funds would qualify to
Be used as a match.
match, and I don't have a final answer on that because they had some questions back, but their preliminary answer looks like that's going to be yes. So if that is the case, then I'll have a resolution in the future to dedicate those funds as the match.
So you're saying this government resource acceleration needed transformation grant was the clean water?
No.
So
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused.
You ready to understand all this?
Yes.
No, I just asked on the 250,000,
yeah.
and you said this, now we got this.
Yes, I'm sorry, it's a
Keep
little
going.
confusing.
We need a whiteboard.
Yeah, it's a I have a
Minority
spreadsheet.
report.
Would you
Yeah.
like a spreadsheet? So the cleaner water, the Farmdale Sanitation District was awarded the cleaner water funds. They're not awarded to the fiscal court, they were awarded directly to the district. Those funds can be used as the match for the CDBG grant. But applying for the grant program will give us an additional $1,250,000 into the project, so
At a cost of 62,500.
yes.
And everybody's gonna take those odds. I'll take
Yeah,
them.
I'll take them.
If I get $1 million too.
All day long.
I'll take your grant writing any day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Tammy, thank you very much. Again, congratulations on those wins tonight. Ben, the man, the myth, the legend, right there. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well, how are you?
Oh, man, we're doing great.
Awesome.
Here we are.
So, got the goals and policies. It's required by KRS 100-193 to be adopted separately from the rest of the plan, which authorizes us to go in through the other chapters of this plan, which include like the transportation, land use, community facilities sections, etc. This goals and policies section informs the rest of those sections. A little background, staff initiated this comprehensive plan rewrite process as far back as 2021, believe it or not. The advisory committee has convened on this multiple times. We've reached out to various stakeholders, interest groups. It's been thoroughly vetted multiple times. And then it went before the Planning Commission back in April where it was approved. I initially brought it before this body back May 8th. Afterwards, I sent a request out to the court requesting feedback and meetings with interested magistrates who wanted to have some feedback provided. I met with Squire Wisman, Squire Tanner, and Squire Herod within the past month. Believe that we've added a significant amount of your all's concerns and have been incorporated into the document. Have Mr. Cockley with the City of Frankfurt, this is a joint city-county document. And we've met and have since come back and have made this a single document that he's prepared to bring before the City Commission very shortly. What I have before you all tonight, the goals and policies, does reflect those changes that we discussed. And hopefully it's at a point now where everybody's happy with it and we can perhaps move forward and get this thing across the finish line because it's been a long drawn-out process. So that's where we are.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask, since Mr. Cockley is here, Eric, is there anything, I know everyone's been working on this hard together, is there anything you would like to add before we open this up for questions or anything?
I've been covering most of it.
Okay, thank you for being here, by the way. Alrighty, what questions do we have for Ben on this? Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And I had reached out, I was out of state last week and had reached out to Mr. Judah and said that, I was not able to comply with, I think, the deadline that went out last week. So questions I'm going to ask, I'm going to hopefully educate myself about some of the items here, and that may spur other discussion, but this offers us a forum, this offers us an additional forum to ask questions. So I'm going to take the liberty of that. Under Goal 1, there's some phrasing in there that mentions government services. And with the other terminology that's in there, it just seems somewhat inconsistent with the other attributes that are listed, like an active and historic downtown, flourishing local businesses, beautiful waterways, scenic rural vistas, robust natural and ag resources. So could you just advise maybe regarding the inclusion of that and the bearing that that is going to have on what this is talked about to be a vibrant and unique destination? So just government services, does it have that bearing on vibrant, unique destination like the other things do? And I didn't have the benefit of every meeting over the last 2 years to make that connection, so I just need somebody to help me make sure I
Eric, you
understand
can come up too.
where it all
Y'all
fits
stand there
together.
together.
Yep, I just want to make sure I
Y'all, it's
understand
team
how it all
effort,
fits
man,
together.
team effort, let's go.
It's educating me.
I think the inclusion of government services is a recognition that when we're talking about trying to build that vibrant community, a lot of our role and the fiscal court's role and the city commission is to create an enabling environment. And we do that one way by providing efficient government services, whether it's trash pickup, planning and zoning, other administration, code enforcement, all of those things that help set the stage for then the private sector to do what they do best and invest in the community.
Okay, that just helps me on, it just seems sort of like the odd man out, you know, like the sixth finger on my hand over here. It just,
Gotcha.
based on the other
Sure.
attributes that were listed.
Can we have a little
So under-
dialogue? Would you mind, Squire? In my perception, this document is about land uses, and in my mind, that specifically was important because we, as a local body, local governmental body, have significant land holdings, often as park spaces, often as access to our waterways, other facilities that are actively serving the needs of the community, and I think that's an integral asset, and maybe not the best way to phrase it, but I think a great way to phrase in some regards about how government services uses land within the community to meet the needs, and often is the element that spurs so many of these other assets and quality of life assets, because they're somewhat those intangible but very tangible assets the community doesn't get a lot of financial recourse from, right, but adds an intangible asset or quality of life element that I've seen in many comp plans that try to include something of that caliber, but it's difficult to, to encapsulate all of those services, if you will, and how they touch land use policy.
And just like what you all were discussing just a few minutes ago, I mean, the work between the city and the county on the Farmdale Sanitation District, both from an environmental perspective and for, potential growth in the Farmdale area. That's a government service and huge investment that is happening by all those governmental agencies that supports all of those other goals.
That just helps me understand why it is there. I didn't want to make some presumptive leap about the importance of that. Policy 1 also specifies downtown for redevelopment, infill, new growth. So does this goal only strive for those characteristics in downtown because it specified that? Because like policies 8 and 9, they lean in that direction. They aren't as specific to the other areas of the community. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand if this policy is, because we sit on these bodies and we've been told, or I've been told for the last 6+ years, when these goals and policies come to us as supporting documentation, that the wording is very critical. We're not supposed to read a lot of stuff into it, that the wording's important. So I'm trying to make sure I understand that element of it. So
Sure, from my recollection, I don't think that was meant to, I think we mentioned
To
downtown
exclude?
specifically. It wasn't meant as an exclusionary thing. I think it's more about including that because I think most of us would agree. I would like to think that downtown specifically is also, a significant part of our sense of place.
Sure.
Tourism generator and all those sorts of things. And you'll see in some of the other policies that we went out of our way, and some of those things were called out specifically by folks, if memory serves me correctly, that even when we mention things like infill and other kinds of growth, that we specifically say within the city and the county, trying to give ourselves an ability to not be shoehorned into those things.
So would that phrasing that you just mentioned, would we not do that here? And I'm just asking that for the benefit of making sure I understand that it is not, and that we all have that sense of not thinking that it is only one place that we're looking at for identity and character. But I do agree that the downtown, that's like the center, that's like the hub of a wheel. You gotta have it for everything else kind of to flourish. So I
Just want to make sure it flourishes.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to.
Sure. I mean, my opinion would be that we have referenced the county and some of the other policies that I think gives us that ability to talk about all of those geographic areas and their value, including in other places in the goals and policies where we talk about those valuable view sheds and those other services that are things like the Peaks Mill area. That is another significant driver of our community identity. That's all out in the rural area.
We do speak in a couple of places about hamlets and infill and focusing development on those existing hamlets throughout the
We
county.
do,
and
but
some
I'm
other
just
locations.
asking specific to this policy because it specifies downtown, and when we get these documents, and you all will get the benefit of having documents as we have, either approval for zone changes or denial of zone changes, we get these specific words brought to us. And looking at the specific words, people will come to the podium and speak on behalf of the very specific words that are in here. So I'm trying to make sure I understand what we're striving for, because the words become very important at those moments. They may not be important today, but when you're standing up here advocating for one position or the other, every word weighs $1 million to your position. I don't know how to say it any clearer.
And that's why when, we move into the future, and Ben and I and other staff members are using these goals and policies to review, potential development opportunities or zone changes, we're gonna highlight, just as you've seen in our staff reports now, the ones that we believe are most pertinent to the project at hand. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna go to each one of these and go, oh, it's not downtown. There's a negative finding.
Your findings of fact never include all of the policies within a certain goal. It's only a few of them. And we try to get the majority of the policies to fit when we have a change.
Well, yeah, it's more important to me when I review to point out the policies that do support something than to just go, oh, well, and here's all the ones that don't apply because it doesn't mention it.
Well, I will say, I've heard colleagues here and brethren across the river use that very same thing, to say staff has only brought 6 policies and goals forward to support. There are 57 others that don't. I've heard that from my colleagues here. One just said I've done it. So I'm just trying to make sure that everybody understands the value of this is consequential. What we're dealing with here is very consequential. You all know that better than anyone. So again, I'm asking questions to make sure I educate myself and understand that once this document's finalized, every time when I read it and something comes forward from the staff, that I fully understand what those words mean and how I need to interpret that in the very minor window that KRS 100 gives us, because it is extremely narrow. 3 conditions and that's it. So, that's the whole reason I'm educating here. So if we look on to maybe policy 2, there's a singular reference of the 2021 Frankfurt Parks Recreation and Historic Sites Master Plan. So maybe who can speak to the exclusion of the county's parks plan inclusion? Are we only supposed to focus on the city park plan? Because it only specifies the city plan in number 2. And there was a park plan created for the county. And I'm assuming we're all going to want all of our parks to be part of this, not exclude, right? Or wrong?
Absolutely. No, I agree with
Are you just referring to where it says Franklin?
Under policy, policy 2, policy 2, it just says support healthy lifestyle. It's under goal 1.
Right, I see it.
And you all may have had a conversation about it. There may have been a conversation at many meetings.
Exclusionary. I think that language started there and wasn't amended likely because we had a system-wide master plan done recently. While the county system is Lakeview Park, the much more specific planning activity you all went through and are now acting upon wasn't a system-wide master plan. So I think they probably included that as a reference because there's so much in that. But I don't think it was meant to exclude, and certainly if that's something that we want to reference specifically, I don't think that was an intentional, omission.
My understanding of because there are a number of physical health and well-being and other opportunities that were discussed in both plans. So I'm just trying to make sure that here being the county, if we're not supposed to think about the county activity, the county part of the plan of this.
Absolutely, and that's why we reference, the things that we've heard between both, I think, parks activities and our work certainly with the comp plan about, the community's desire for more access to both the river and Algonquin Creek. And we, I think, imply some of those things in the goals and policies, and if I recall correctly, in our draft implementation chapter, we have some very specific implementation tasks related to specifically looking for additional parks opportunities in the county.
Yeah, I think that is a goal of this body.
Yeah, and we had a lot of discussion with the advisory committee about that, and so we put a very direct implementation task in there specifically to encourage the fiscal court to look for opportunities to expand the park system into the county.
Okay, so what you're saying, what I'm hearing you say is it's not exclusionary of what the vision will ultimately be for the
Correct,
county.
but that is we can certainly add a mention of both.
I think since this is I shouldn't have said I think. Take those words away. Because this is a document that should reflect all 53,000 wherever they reside, that it may be important because, to your point, as things grow here and the city, here and across the river, we want all of those things consumed as part of our thought process when we look at these things. Just words again out of my mouth.
As a document that's intended to live for 10 years at minimum, I would think any plan, comprehensive otherwise, that the city or county adopts is thereby automatically referenced into the comprehensive plan, which in its creation is intended to follow the comprehensive plan that's already created, right? So it's a bit of a cyclical path.
Right, elsewhere in the plan, there's language referencing all of the planning documents that were reviewed by the consultant. That was one of the first things we did when we brought on the consultant team, was to send them every plan that's on the shelf from the last 20 years.
And I agree
city,
with
county.
that, but this is the only reference for any plan specifically named in this entire document. And to me, it sticks out like that sixth thumb as the only named document to refer to rather than everything. So I just asked that question for that reason. All right, so I'm going to just stay with this goal. On policy 3, it's can somebody maybe just provide a context for the use of policy 3 that's to either support or rebut a zone change request? I just want to make sure I understand. Support and promote the continued identification of resources with cultural significance in the community through ongoing survey. And here's the question, the survey and historic context studies. So do we take those in as part of the consideration? And so will those be like affixed to the documents that we get? This sounds strange, but I'm trying to make sure because it talks about studies.
So we had a lot of talk about identifying those cultural resources. We already have a historic preservation officer in the city, and we have historic districts, and we've recognized those resources. The city has funded over the years different historic, literally surveys to go identify the value of all these, both neighborhoods and individual structures. There are recognized historical valued assets out in the county. And so I think that has less to do about using that as a cudgel in a future zone change as much as continuing to invest in those surveys. And in those context studies, as we did the African American historic context recently, we have applied for a grant which we received to begin considering a survey, for example, of the Montrose Park neighborhood, which is likely eligible. And to do those things, and sometimes it's to do those independently that might be outside of a zone change, like in the Montrose Park example, for example, if we find out that it's a good candidate for listing, then we can do more public outreach, see if the neighborhood's interesting, and if it gets listed, the benefit is people then qualify for tax credits and things,
Yep.
potentially.
Okay, so what we're trying to get at there is to look to additional studies and surveys that could inform our processes here, right?
Sure, and you
Okay,
might use
got
it to
it.
support a zone change if part of the
Or rebut
zone
it or-
change project was actually going to preserve one of those assets. You
Yep.
would say, hey, that,
Okay, all right.
And beyond that,
That
if
helps.
if I could, because this is my area of expertise, the city has a certified local government program that is a federal through the state program that mandates to participate in that they have to do an ongoing survey of cultural resources regularly, because again, that ever-changing target, that 50-year mark that's usually used as what is historic, changes from when this document's created to when it ends in 10 years. So there's a bit of a context that is federally obligated, even for the county in some degree, to identify and use these resources and define how we're going to use these resources in the future. So that has to be there effectively.
So on policy 4 and that, and I'm not going to go through every one, it's just ones I have questions to make sure I'm educated on what the body was driving at. On 4, maybe could you all provide a context for, like, where it says cultivate, the distinction that's really alluded to in that policy? Because it's cultivate the distinction between the rural landscape and the urban and suburban environments. That's going to be very critical. We've already talked about that tonight, so I want to make sure I understand.
I think that's part of, go ahead if you want. I think that's part of us teeing ourselves up for the next task, which is the development code. And thinking about that code as one code for the entire community, but that's going to look at things very different from the urban environment, downtown or on Home Street, versus some of the suburban areas of both the city and the county and the rural areas. So I think that's teeing us up to keep that in mind as we think through our future development regs.
I'm trying to come up with a context to do that because we all have that distinction. So in my district, I have South Frankfort, and I have the outer reaches of Franklin County that touch Anderson and touch some of Shelby. It is vital, at least for me, to understand how this kind of, how I work through that thought process on this. Because
I think part of it could,
I got it in my lap right now.
so there are different contexts, right? So right now we're in downtown, it's a very urban context, and the further out you go, you generally would expect to have a decrease in density. So that's kind of touching on like some more like form-based codes, which we might end up getting out of our code update. Might be less applicable out in some of the rural areas because you don't have as much form like you would here in downtown. But I do think that, this is kind of getting at, how do we want to manage sprawl? When you don't, you
Exactly.
do lose that distinction between urban and rural. And so I think that is one of the keys that we're going to look for in our code rewrite is how do we manage that?
And to the degree that you might allow some type of development in the suburban or rural areas, how do you want your regs to help you make it fit appropriately and not rob you?
Out of the transition.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because you have an urban service boundary in Fayette County.
Right.
And they're looking at it right now, of changing it. So,
And it's often defined by that where utility services, particularly sewers, go, right? And where you're going to extend them and not extend them to, defining the urban and rural divide of those.
And adequate water resources, adequate sewer resources, a number of things that impact all of us, and Squire Tanner and myself pretty heavily. Policy 9, under that establish funding to stabilize, how is that going to be accomplished? Are you going, will someone come to these bodies and say, all right, we need $500,000 because we're going to revitalize XYZ neighborhood, you need to set it aside in your budget? I'm trying to understand about funding to stabilize, improve, infill, and revitalize. What was the thought process
Could be
in
any
that?
number of things, and I think we speak to that more specifically in the implementation table, you'll see. But it could be locally funded grant opportunities for particular projects. The city's done a few of those in the past.
Could be tax credits.
Could be tax credits, it could be other incentives built into certain kinds of developments, if it was infill or it was,
Yeah, I got a
Hop in
million
there,
of them,
Penny,
so.
we're all in, let's go.
I'm just trying to make
I was
sure
just
that
gonna-
if we were
Let's do this.
So
being specifically requested in
yeah, so I'll be
every
coming to
budget
you next
cycle,
week for, no, I'm just kidding.
you know.
But small area development plans can be really good if we can get, let's say, site control in certain areas that need investment, where a body could come in and get some form of site control, let's say in the form of an option, and then we may want to invest in a small area plan for redevelopment in infill, so that we can then sell into that plan as we go out and try to get people to invest. So I think specifically, because when we were talking about that particular item, we want to, in the normal course of planning, think about how we can envision what we want, instead of saying, well, this is what we have. And so, for instance, the Kentucky Department of Transportation has a grant program right now, and we talked about grants, where they were offering the opportunity for 6 municipalities to compete to receive a grant for a small area development plan for a certain area. So if we could get, let's say, site control of one of those areas that needs infill development, either a letter of intent with the owner, an option on the property, possibly purchasing the property, you know, whatever the case may be, then not only would we apply for grants like that, but we could also, it might be a case where we might want to spend $75,000 to make a small area development plan, so we have a document to go out and sell into. Guess what? This is what we want. We've put a plan together. It's thoughtful. It's engineered. And this is how 3 office buildings that were former office buildings that were owned by the state, which are now, you know, need to be something else because that's consolidated. This is what it could look like from the standpoint of the long-range and comprehensive plan for Frankfurt and Franklin County.
So I guess where I'm driving is it's not an automatic set aside in the county budget and the city budget of X amount of dollars in a pot that just sits
It's not.
until.
It's just if an
That's where I'm
opportunity
driving
comes
at
up,
what this
yeah.
is, because
If
it
an
sounds
opportunity
like,
comes up, let's say XYZ
Right.
comes for sale and we go, let's get a plan for what actually we want there and let's sell into that so that we can have our plan and work on it every day, and at the end of 10 years, it looks like X.
Well, this is
instead of
incredibly
Y.
broad. This is our TIF district that we just did for the Target development. This is the TIF district we've done for downtown redevelopment. It's the historic tax credits for South Frankfurt and North Frankfurt. It is low-income housing area that have been set aside where we apply tax credits or apply for tax credits in those areas. It's the small area development studies around our hamlets
Yeah,
and
rural
incentivizing
hamlets.
those. It's our tax code and how we decide to tax those areas or give incentives for people to improve in those areas.
Right.
It's the moratorium on our property taxes for people that are improving, which we have seeing countywide, right? For people that are improving properties up to a certain level. It is so multifaceted. This is just the enabling language that says this is going to be our focus.
okay. I'm just trying
Thank you.
to understand that it is not an automatic set aside. That's
Yeah.
not what this is driving at, because it
remember,
says.
the comp plan is not a regulation, it is not
It is
forcing
not.
the fiscal court or
You
anybody
got
else
it.
to
Approach
do.
we take to achieve the goal.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping that others
language
understand what you just
essentially
said.
gives the court, the board of commissioners,
Yeah.
staff, or any member of the public in the future an ability to come before you and suggest a course of action and say, that's why you should do it, because we said.
Yep, I got it. I'm just trying, this is education for me, but maybe in the round as well. People who don't sit up here to decide that. Yeah. So on policy 11, there's a singular reference to form-based code, form-based zoning practices, and it excludes the element of traditional zoning. So has that been the decision?
It says as appropriate.
As appropriate, okay, so will there be some kind of educational campaign so that underscores the difference, maybe because maybe the community is more familiar with traditional zoning? I can't speak to that, whether they are or aren't.
We
But
already
because as
have-
appropriate I don't know when,
Between our two
It shifts.
codes, we have elements of both.
Yep,
Ours is
I
largely
agree.
a traditional Euclidean
it is,
zoning for both
it
of
is
us.
Euclidean, I agree.
But likely, what we will probably end up working towards will be somewhat of a hybrid, because there are places, particularly within the developed areas, that a form-based code, or elements of a form-based code may make sense. There are
Yep.
parts of the rural area of the county that it will make no sense. So we're just referencing to the fact that we're going to be considering all of those ways of doing things as we, derive those.
And that'll be part of our code rewrite process. We'll gather public input. If that's not something the public wants, would probably want it up in the code.
Okay. I have one more question in regard to goal 1, okay? And then maybe others have something in regard to goal 1. So it only denotes scenic view sheds along rural roadways. So give me an example, because I think, Eric, I'm going to refer to you that way, I shouldn't, Mr. Planning Director at the city. Can you explain what a scenic view shed is? Because it is listed in here a number of times. And so in looking at that, I'm wondering, and it's going to get to an ultimate question because it is listed so many times, that and some other words. I'll save that question for that time. Help me with the scenic view shed. So if I look out my backyard, across the river's Buckley Wildlife. Nobody's ever going to build across the river from me, never going to have anybody looking in my backyard. So is that what that's about? Is that about,
Certainly.
what is that about?
So as we've had a lot of discussion, as Brent mentioned, about
Yep.
trying to define certain terms. And for some terms,
And it wasn't in this,
that's a very
that's
good
why I
idea.
asked, because it wasn't in here.
And for some terms, that's a very good idea, but I will also offer that there are other terms that don't necessarily need to be defined, and regardless of how we define them, someone at some point in time can use the document in a positive or negative way to make a case for something to be a scenic overlay or not. A lot of these terms, regardless of our ability for us to just independently decide how we're going to define them, doesn't mean that someone isn't going to look at that and use that to justify either something happening or not happening. We're not going to be able to define our way out of having vigorous debates about many of these terms in the future. So while it's a good exercise to take a lot of them and specifically identify what we think we mean by that, and I think scenic overlay is one of those. Yeah, we could put a definition in the glossary for scenic overlay.
Okay.
But if we suddenly put a development across a scenic overlay, or somebody attempts to across the way from you and it doesn't narrowly meet the definition, I don't think that's going to stop you from going to a meeting and coming to a podium and be like, no, buddies, I think that's a scenic overlay, and here's how I feel about it.
Yeah, well, they can't build over there anyway, but I'm just saying,
But just as
I
an
use
example.
that as an example. I agree with you, because I don't want folks thinking that it would be something like the scenic overlook that's on US 60 looking at the Capitol. It is not specifically just something like that. You understand where I'm going with the phrasing?
Just as long as it doesn't mean not in my backyard.
Yeah,
Well, it can always be that.
because
you know,
everybody takes the liberty of using that. They do.
But
So
it may
I
be
want to,
something we could protect. I'm reminded of Knoxville that I really love, that they had enabling language in their plan that they used, very similar to us, that has a community that sits within a bowl effectively, that they didn't define the scenic look of their city, that no development can take place on the hills surrounding the town, so that there can be no McMansions or mega hotels that are built ruining what is a shared viewshed of the entire community. But they've codified that into law, and it's putting some of these terms in here give us the mechanism to be able to say we'd like to further define that in our community if we had many of the Palisades along the river, for instance, or
It could be
something.
something that finds its way in some way into the development code. It might not. It also, by being there, gives us an ability, if Ben's reviewing a zone change years from now in a relatively rural area, and part of the property is a notable, what he, determines as a scenic view shed, he can use that to negotiate with the developer, hey, guys, they said this is important. It would really help your cause if you, reserve development in that particular area or something, so that view shed is not negatively affected, things like that.
okay, that helps me quite a bit. So those are the only questions I had in regard to goal 1. So do you want to ask anybody else does? I don't have any for goal 2.
Just keep going.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to zoom on to goal 3. Policy 2. let's see, policy 2. Employment centers, historic and cultural resources during their development, protect them. What was the site, I know. So, are we saying in this, for example, in downtown Frankfurt, in the business district, where the library sits now, there was once a huge home. Got knocked down, became a parking lot, now it's a library. So we all know what it is now. Few probably can remember what it was at the time. How do we utilize, how does this work? How do we make goal 3, number 2?
Well, I mean,
I don't even know how to ask it the right way.
We're already doing that. We have demolition strict standards within our historic district to scrutinize decisions just like the one that you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean,
If we're going to demolish a historic resource, then there are some significant hoops you have to jump through. And as a general rule, through our regs and our participation as a CLG, we're saying as a general rule, we do not support you doing that. So if you're going to, but it can mean, it basically can mean whatever other methods, the fiscal court or the board of commissioners may like to use to discourage that and or to encourage the protection when development happens of the.
so if I have a piece of property, however, and I have something on it that's, let's say, is a log cabin that's eat up with termites, will someone come to me and say, and I decide I want to take that down because they're, whatever, termites, something, it's fallen down. I don't feel like I can save it. Does someone come on to tell me that I can't take the log cabin that's mine on my property, can I not take that down?
Not unless this body enacts an ordinance that keeps them from doing so.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure.
There's nothing to stop.
Okay, all right.
Unless it's a protected class of, say, archaeological site that's below ground that's discovered, or human remains or something.
Yep, now that I
That's a
completely
totally
understand.
different.
Totally understand.
Federal law applies, and
We're registered and you try to use tax credits, then obviously.
I'm already hamstrung myself, absolutely. No, I understand the ramifications of what that would be. Okay, all right. Can I go on to goal 4, policy 2? I guess who can speak to the inclusion of civic organizations in this policy? And I guess, are you meaning civic organizations or advocacy groups? Because civic organizations to me means a group that works for the public good through community, things like volunteering, advocacy work, like Kiwanis, Rotary, Optimist, Red Cross. And an advocacy group to me is one that more uses advocacy for lobbying to influence public. So this says civic organization. So help me understand what that means.
Woods and Waters Land Trust, for example, would be an
You see that as a
organization.
civic organization, not an advocacy group?
I mean, I can consider both things, I think we tried to use that. I think
They're pretty distinct.
yeah, I mean, I think that term was to mention all those other sort of NGO, either they can be advocacy groups, they could just be another civic organization that might have some involvement in education and advocacy for,
I think the intent was for it to be more broad.
The intent is to be broad, okay?
if anyone has a comment, we
No,
Yeah,
that's not, no.
that's why I asked.
This
I said, do you
open
wanna
conversation,
go?
so
I'm
yeah,
just
if
moving
you
on.
wanna
I
jump
can
in.
stop. I'll stop right here. I'll stop.
Well, I
Because I
got,
got questions, more questions.
I don't
but I'll
mind,
stop.
pretty minor, especially on preserve and protect. Well, it's under policy 1 on the goal 4. It seems to me like, I don't know that does anything. I'm not sure I'm against it, but I don't see what it does. When you encourage a farmer to farm, it's pretty much not needed, I don't think. Or I think farmers are gonna do that anyway.
what goal policy are you referencing?
Goal 4, policy 1.
Support existing farmers and policies to encourage farming and agricultural.
Are you gonna encourage farming
On
in
farm.
places designated agricultural? I would hope you would. I don't even think you'd have to.
Sure.
I don't think you'd have to do that,
I mean, I don't
personally.
think it's a terribly bold statement
Well, no, I think
I believe, I mean, somebody wasted a lot of ink putting that in there, I mean.
Oh, it could be. We had an instance with a property just recently, this body considered, that is designated by the state as some of the best agricultural farmland in the entire state of Kentucky, in the 1%, and it has now been made into industrial land. I think there's a balancing act that has to be played out through this document, and the priorities of what is the best use for the community's desires and purposes for those lands versus all uses and opportunities for those
I
lands.
think the key word is support. I
Would-
think that's really wise.
Wouldn't that be who owns the property though?
Well, I didn't think this had anything to do with zoning, the property's already zoned because it says designated agriculture.
Well,
But
to
I
that
don't really
point-
care whether you take it out or
To that
not.
point, under our current zoning code, there's a multitude of non-agricultural
I know
uses
you
allowed
could
in the
use it.
ag zone. So I think what we're getting at here is to say, instead of doing one of those other non-agricultural uses, perhaps we should use it.
So,
And it goes back to this document being something that's talking about like our values and our vision. So it may not, you may look at that and go, well, of course, we would support farming on farms.
yeah,
But
you
that
know,
also allows us to
okay.
speak to, you know, any number of policy things you all or another body might do in the future to support farmers if they're having required needs.
So will that, and I'll play off of Squire Tanner's, so there was an instance that came before this body, and I was vehemently opposed to it, because in the ag zone, it allowed
Yeah.
campers to come onto an ag zoned property and set up these mobile campers there and be itinerant, move in and out, but there was no adequate water, there was not adequate sewer for them to do what they need to do after they've been there for 2 weeks. And so I'm trying to understand that, how that broach in agriculture, because when I think, most people think of agriculture, they think of the pure me out on my tractor cutting hay 2 weeks ago.
I think that's something we need to address in our
And that is
new
a
code.
big topic for people.
Conditional use, lots of pages.
It is,
Well,
agriculture is as wide open as this front of this building for those kind of things.
Well, example down to number 3, which I'm not asking you to change it, I'm just making a statement here, maybe. Says promote cultivation, processing, and distribution of agricultural products throughout Franklin County. So then if you're gonna promote processing, you're gonna allow processing plants anywhere got a designed zoned agriculture, because it says so.
Not necessarily.
It would depend on
They're
the
gonna
nature
use,
of the process.
as Sherry pointed out, that's gonna come before, maybe not us, but somebody's sometime. And, they just put a processing plant in Bowling Green, matter of fact, Tyson Bacon plant. You know, maybe that's fine, maybe we had one, if we had to have the water and the sewer probably, but we don't, we might have that someday. But that's a processing plant.
Meat processing plant, I would probably classify as an industrial use, and our land use table would
Well,
probably.
can you put up a feedlot? What would you classify that?
Yeah, that is one of those gray areas where it's an industrial.
Ain't gray to me.
of
I mean, if you wanna feed
agricultural
cattle, you can feed them.
What I think this is getting to overall is a problem that this body and several bodies have had about the definition of agriculture in our community, and how I think there's a first reading here coming up about someone wanting to go to an agricultural
I
district.
wouldn't hold it up on that, but it's just a point.
I'm
But
just trying
to
to
just
make sure
define what is agriculture and to prioritize farming activities in agricultural lands instead of all the other opportunities that have been defined by our current code for agricultural areas, which might include distillery warehousing, for example, or quarries, rock quarries, or otherwise.
So I will input there that about 6-8 months ago, we tasked Tina, one of our team members on planning and zoning, to really look at, there's over 400 applications of agriculture. And on our tenure here, 6 years now, all the problems have been people doing stuff in agriculture that they shouldn't do. So she really looked into it, looked at other states, started looking at reclassifying, because right now you have gun ranges in agriculture, crazy things like that. So then we,
Self-storage units are an ag.
yeah, so we've talked about that. So the time that she's gonna take her information is when you all really start getting to the next step. And we're gonna merge her information, what she is suggesting, there's even a couple different zones I think that she's is going to propose that will classify certain things, so we're not getting in these gray areas. So just to let everybody know, we have been working on that, but as part of this bigger process, I wanted to change it immediately. At the time, the planning director said, let's just wait because we're right here anyway, so let's all merge that information with their information when we rewrite things. So it's going to happen sooner than later. Yep.
And Judge, I thank you all for, one of my recommendations for my district, as rural as it is adding later on in growth and development, the terms agritech and agritourism as an applicable agricultural activity, a focus for our community that's ripe for development that has not been explored so much yet. So thank you for adding that.
Yeah, sure.
I just have just a basic education I hope you can give me on Goal 5. I find it very interesting that there's a goal there with no policies whatsoever. So does that mean, I guess for me to think going forward, that there are no approaches to achieve the goal? Because I'm looking at your statement at the beginning where it lays out what a definition of a goal and a policy is.
If I recall correctly,
So there are no approaches?
that specific language came from comments we received during the Planning Commission approval process and was added as a direct motion in second by the Planning Commission. That is not a staff-derived goal.
What do we do with it? It's there with no supporting anything.
Staff did not concede that.
It's hanging out there like a big matzo ball by itself. With nothing, no supporting anything. That says here is the thought process from our entire community about why that should be in there.
That didn't come from the entire community, that came from one planning commission.
Well, I want to, so what was the comment? I mean, if that's going to be used, I need to understand that.
It's a good exercise.
No, I mean this. I have to understand. This is an education process. I have y'all look at each other like Laurel and Hardy. I don't know.
I think again, that's really a necessary activity for our bodies to take an activity to define, or the planning commission to define what are our historic industries. I think we know what the focus of that one was probably, but without a definition, it is more of an item for future definition.
We've got to remember, the planning commission has already gone over this, goals and policies, and passed it, and the one we have in front of us has changes on it that they didn't approve.
Right.
So it's been a 2-year process up to this point, and with everybody else's feedback, it's going to take a little longer, it looks like. But here's the thing: if we don't pass this, I think we've got one more court, and the day after, it automatically happens. Right? So.
What?
I didn't think that was the way it happened with Commons planning. I didn't think it automatically.
The day of our court that comes up following this one, it happens. So we.
Just like it
It's
is?
just approved the way it is.
No,
we made changes
It would be
tonight.
the way the Planning Commission recommended it verbatim.
The way the planning commission
Everybody's
approved
talking.
it. Yeah, the way the planning commission approved it and sent it to us before any of the magistrates made any of their talks with Ben, that's what would pass if it's not changed past before that date.
But it won't go back to
I
that.
didn't think
It
this had
stops
a
here.
time frame on it, but I guess I have to look at it under KRS.
KRS 100-193, subsection 1, the legislative bodies and fiscal courts shall take action upon the proposed statement of goals and objectives within 90 days of the date upon which the legislative body or fiscal court receives the planning commission's final action upon such proposal. If no action is taken within the 90-day period, the statement of goals and objectives shall be deemed to have been approved by operation of law. It was first discussed here May 8th, 2024, as Mr. Judah stated earlier, and the Planning Commission adopted a summary on April 11th, 2024. By my calculation, that would be Wednesday, July 10th, 2024, would be 90 days from that April 11th date.
10th is our next court meeting, correct?
The KRS also gives us the ability to edit and send back for adoption at any point in time, right? At any time we want to amend or adjust.
But would that have to be approved by other bodies? And why would we go through that exercise before we're doing it right now?
It's my understanding that if we make changes, just like the three magistrates that met with Ben and Ben talked to Eric, slight changes have been made, nothing major. That does not need to go back in front of anybody. So ultimately, if we change a word here or a word there, as long as we're not getting into changing the whole gist of this document, then we could pass it, and that's the document. And then the city would get a copy of that, and then they would have the opportunity.
Right, and if either body doesn't pass the same document.
Yes,
Then
then we're going to go back and, yeah,
it would be the 90 days.
yeah, correct. Yeah.
So, and I've let the Board of Commissioners know that we've had some minor suggested changes that we've incorporated. So they have seen this version, and I expect that we'll hopefully be hearing that with whatever minor changes we take tonight by the deadline.
So no, I'm not gonna say what's on my mind. You're gonna tell me again, maybe I certainly have misunderstood what was going on here. I guarantee you that. So if this passes in any form here tonight, with any amendment in it, well, it doesn't make any difference. If the city doesn't take action on it, it doesn't matter. So they've got to stick, not us.
Well, no, that's just because of the timing. If we were at a Board
It
of
still
Commissioners
puts a
meeting
stick in their
tonight
hand.
discussing it, and you all have a meeting next Tuesday, I would be saying the same thing to the Board of Commissioners. Yes, you all can make changes, but if the other body doesn't agree with those, then, you're at a standstill.
Let me ask you this, Eric, and you're here from the city, and I appreciate you being here. It's been a long night, bless you. So, the question is, they've seen this document. Was there any red flags that came during the discussion period about anything that they didn't like?
I haven't heard comments or questions from anyone.
So they don't have.
But you've given them the opportunity, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So, in theory, I don't want to speak for anybody, but if you haven't heard from anybody, they were probably okay with it because of the 2-year process and all the meetings and all the people that have inputted, assuming, which is a dangerous thing.
Never speak for all of them.
No, I'm not trying to, yeah, but if you've given them the opportunity, like Ben did with the fiscal court to speak, and you haven't heard from anybody, in theory, it's, okay, that was my question, thank you.
So, under this Goal 5, so we don't know what is envisioned as the county's historic and cultural industries, and we don't have any idea what the ancillary industries are? I mean, somebody just made a broad statement and it's slap in here? I mean, I could make a broad statement.
The implication is probably related to the burger industry.
I would presume the same, but who didn't have the, whatever it took to put those words in there?
Apparently the person that made the motion before we seconded and voted upon.
So does it make sense to not have it at all, since there's nothing under that supports it? I don't see any supporting rationale.
We don't know, we didn't come up with it.
Me either.
This is a similar awkward position that Ben and I find ourselves in, where we're asked to explain the thought process of a different person that was thrust upon us.
So
The
why did
question
the
is,
others
will the
have so
court-
many?
Well,
And this
because
one has
it
nothing?
sounds like one person threw it out there and they voted on it, is what it sounds like without them saying it. And so the question is, do we want to add anything to it, or do we want to take it away? That's the question.
My opinion is that if we have any option at all, would be to ask them to delete it. Because we can't come up with policies tonight, and obviously we're under the gun to do that. We have to be here tomorrow, because we have to send it tonight. So I think we should strike that. And see what they say.
I'm asking the same thing. It's hanging out there all by itself. Is this not anywhere else in the document somewhere? Because it's just hanging out there with nothing to support it whatsoever. Nothing.
I don't think it damages cross purposes. But I think it's sort of mentioned in other places.
I think it is too, that's what I'm looking at.
But, I mean, I think it could be generally referenced.
Equals all over this thing.
I mean, it could be argued
Resources
that
all over this
bourbon, aquaculture type products, gravel and other sedimentary items in this community, farming. It could go into a broad spectrum. I know who made it, and I have some qualms with the intent. But I think it serves a function that we could have a better conversation as a goal to define exactly what we want to protect and how we want to protect and promote those industries that are signature to our community in the future. But it would require us to further define that somehow through a joint study or an economic development study policy that we adopt in about a year and a half or something.
But what gets the stick, it has no policies under it. So if we're talking about preserving rural hamlets, and let's say some historic or cultural industry wants to go into that rural hamlet, which one has the most credibility? According to this plan, when there's no policy under here that says, here's why this is there. I'm probably doing circular arguments of myself because I don't understand it. And I'm trying to understand it.
Well, and frankly, that may mean that when that goal in particular is used to suggest some course of action in the future, that it's a weaker suggestion because there's no specific policy.
It's weak, and that one would come back to fiscal court because it is a county issue, and I totally agree with you, Sherry.
I really am struggling with that.
I was at the meeting when this was added by the planning commission. I know why it was added.
I don't have the benefit of that.
It was added by a city appointee that directly affects the county. We all live in the county, whether we live in the city or the county. But it's problematic. I've got a question. I don't want to change gears too hard. So, if through a order of law, this happens, what liabilities could we face? Could people come back and say this wasn't done correctly? You know what I'm saying?
They could say it wasn't done in good faith, I would assume, but clearly as long as it's taken.
Wasn't done correctly as far
Well,
as,
it didn't.
I mean, if it's by operation of law,
That suggests, yeah.
policies and procedures were put out there and neither body takes action within 90 days, and the policies or policies and goals are deemed the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan by operation of law. As far as what you're saying, as far as liability, I mean, that's just, they are what they are.
Right.
I would argue.
I just feel like it's not a good thing to have things happen by order of law. And we have the ability to vet.
Because the concern is through this process, as you know from sitting on the steering committee, we have worked tirelessly to try to get this to a point where people accept the result and the process by which it happens. So whether it's still a correct action, it certainly would help us avoid people arguing against or for things because they want to argue against how the plan got adopted and by whom. And so certainly having the legislative bodies both actively approve the goals and policies helps assuage those concerns.
All right, so I'm just going to ask, where's everybody stand on Goal 5, just hanging out there all by itself?
It seems a little self-serving
Why
to
don't we
me.
remove it?
There's nothing,
I just don't
backs it
understand
up. I don't understand it. So
what's elevating it and supporting it. I don't. And I missed the conversation, so
I don't
bad on me.
Can we share what it was? I mean, I don't know. We're this far into this.
If it helps at all, let me also offer and remind the court that in goal 2 of the growth and development, policy number 5 also says target diverse opportunities to increase investment in urban, IT, government, finance, healthcare sectors, and industrial. So there is language within the goals and policies that suggests we should be supporting.
So why is this by itself then? So what did you say?
Fire, I was getting ready to do it myself, fire.
Can we not have this as part of this process?
I think what
That motion.
We
he just said it's already in there in an area that
Trying to
needs
make sure
to be.
that there's enough consensus here.
I would be fine to take it out with a bit of a directive to our Economic Development Agency that they consider that as part of the upcoming Economic Development Plan for our community about what we protect and promote in terms
It
of
really
economic
does say that
development.
throughout this document.
But it does,
in
it's
lots of
redundant.
different places. Like it is incorporated in this
Said
document.
it more than I wanted to say it already, but
I just, yeah, this is real redundant and there's nothing under it.
there's no.
There's no point.
Let's move on, we got it.
All right, so we got that? I think that's,
Move on.
thank you. All right, so let's move on to this natural and cultural resources goal 1. I guess maybe who can provide clarity for what a mature, I know this is gonna sound strange, but like, if I have growth of 100 years in my backyard, is that a mature forest or is a mature forest 50 years? I don't know if that has somebody environmentally may be able to say that that means exactly this. I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
Again, I'm asking for education. I don't know.
I do feel like there's probably a definition out there somewhere. I don't know if we actually considered that when we put that in there.
I think it's back to the consideration before about, these terms. While, yes, I'm sure there's an organization involved in forest, we can find it as a definition.
Well, I looked through this. I took time to look through this, and I'm trying to make sure that these things these words have to mean something to us. Or they're in there for no reason. So we don't know.
Is he gonna have to have permission from the planning commission to cut trees?
Once again, these are not regulations.
Okay.
These don't make anybody do
They inform our regulations.
Now, if somebody comes in here and says, Fiscal Court, I'd like you to approve this ordinance that doesn't let people in these circumstances cut the trees down if they're farmers. But that's on you.
I ain't voting on it.
The Bureau of Land Management defines mature forest as defined ecologically as a stage of forest development immediately before old growth. So there is, Bureau of Land Management has something old growth is. And there's more to it, but I won't read the 17 paragraphs here that the federal government defines.
It's not that big a deal because I don't see that happening in my lifetime, but it could happen.
So I had mentioned earlier that I was going to get back to the point. Here's the point I'm going to get back to. So goal 3, policy 1, under identity and character, and goal 1, policy 6, to me, are analogous. So if the argument comes forth to us, okay? If the argument comes forth to us, and that's in there as far as it's listed, those goals. I have goal 3, policy 1, under identity and character. And then I have goal 1, policy 6. And maybe I've written strange words down because I read this again. And I think it talks about infill, that one, but there are others that talk about view sheds multiple places. Here's what I'm getting at, not specifically, we just throw all that out. So infill's talked about multiple times, view sheds are talked about multiple times. Can those goals and policies be used multiple times throughout this to give more weight to that than other aspects of what would be before us? Everything, as I understand, is supposed to have equal weight in here. But if you use the same terminology, because view shed may be in here 7 times, so you may use that goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where view shed is used each time multiple goals and it's brought to us. Does that give that more weight, or does everything have the same balance? I'm probably not asking it really.
No, I mean,
I don't know how to.
When things get reviewed and folks bring things to support doing or not doing something, certainly the more times a particular related theme is mentioned.
That's what I'm saying. The more you're going to get back to that. The more you have to back it
I'll
up.
also say there are a lot of things in here that are mentioned, similar things that are mentioned many different times in slightly different ways.
Yeah, but it seems like several things are mentioned the same way throughout multiple goals. So I'm trying to figure out if that is a way to give more credibility to that position than other positions.
Reference that
I got one question about the view sheds, and protective view sheds, which is number 6 on that goal, whatever it is. One under natural and cultural resources, well, in there more than one time. Would that have to be designated as a view shed, or would it be as somebody decided that's what it was?
Well, that goes back to, in order to coerce somebody to protect a view shed, we would have to have some sort of regulation or incentive or.
Well, I mean, you couldn't just go up there and say, that's a view shed, so we're gonna protect it. You gotta have, somebody gotta define what it is or mark it on a map or something.
Right, much like a lot of this, in order to actually, implement some of these goals and policies, some legislative action would have to happen. Otherwise, all we can do is say,
just
hey,
an
we
order.
should preserve that view shed because our goals and policies really suggest that we care about that. And we can say, you can't make me, and we'll say,
Well, I would say it's not a view shed if you hadn't said it was.
In most cases, we already have some of these elements, like Old Frankfurt Pike is a protected scenic byway. That view shed effectively is protected by the comprehensive plan, although we have a small portion of that road within our county. But that is a protected byway in those terms, so it can lend itself to both activities, right? Whether it's a citizenry group that wants to protect something important, let's say a view shed from the river, if we had something significant like a palisade here, that there may be an activity that this would enable a citizenry group to come to us and actually take some effort, or it may
That was just a question.
apply in the case of a scenic highway.
One more question on this natural and cultural resources goal, number 7. What does that mean? Goal 1, number 7, what does that mean?
Yeah, I don't understand that either,
I mean, I'm striving for a lot of things.
I think that's to talk about motivating ourselves to look at things we may be able to do as governmental bodies, whether that be through design choices, what we do in infrastructure that we build, to be a resilient community dealing with the future changes of climate change. Could be any number of things.
All right, so it's want us to be nimble in the way we approach.
I think it's wanting to be mindful of the fact that, things are changing because of climate change. We may have stronger storm, bigger flooding events. And so as you build infrastructure, and any number of other things, we want to be mindful of that, hey, we're putting in a storm basin here, but we're aware that the amount of water we're getting into the storm basin is larger than it was 30 years ago. It may continue to get larger, so let's think about that.
So things that we talk about when we talk about Slipway Branch, that's to me is a prime example of this.
And our planning office can already, and we've already done it, have raised, the allowable offlow 25% in areas that are prone for flooding and things like that.
That's a policy, not a regulation.
Yeah.
That helps me frame of what that is getting at. That helps me a whole lot.
So another thing about resiliency is it's only a matter of time. God forbid something catastrophic happens to this community, but climate-induced events will likely impact this community at some point in the future, God forbid anytime soon. So this actually is an aim for us to be able to bounce back from that in a more effective manner.
That helps me so much.
I think
Somebody might want to put charging stations everywhere so we can get away with gas. Use electric vehicles.
Okay.
Keep moving.
I move to transportation and infrastructure. Goal 1, policy 4. Who can, I guess, elaborate on the inclusion of rail in that policy to support the goal of, I guess, neighborhoods, business districts, and employee areas, civic facilities? Are we planning, are we thinking there's going to be a rail line in Franklin County that's going to connect the west side to the Ball? I mean, is that where this is going? Is that the thought process for this?
Included just because while we may not see it likely as significant rail happening in the near future, we certainly, I think the intention from the person who wanted us to put that in there was to make sure that we included it to show that we potentially support.
We do have a rail project. Industrial park.
the industrial park, but
Washington 10.
yes, I understand, I know where that, and I know about that, but I'm not, I just kind of question why that's in there.
I asked for that addition specifically because there's been constant conversation, and in fact, one of our economic development agencies, plans from about 20 years ago included an active effort to get light rail to our community to connect us to the Golden Triangle and at minimum to the airports, and I wanted to make sure that we bring that back to focus because it seems to be more of a realistic possibility than ever before. And Cincinnati just put in an entire rail system in their downtown community that people are realizing this is the way forward. So I hope that we specifically take up that consideration in the future. We were the second railroad in the nation. We were on the forefront for so much of our history. I hope that we're going to swing back that directive. So.
Goal 2, number 5. Somebody talk to me about that, the inclusion of that. I mean, I've been out removing these myself, but I'm trying to make sure I'm educated as to what that lends to the comprehensive plan. As a policy, when somebody comes in for a zone change request.
Well,
To support or
this
deny,
is more than just to be used for zone change requests, so
for whatever purpose.
it's just signals that we've heard from people in the community that they support continued work as we've seen from some of our local economic government members, but this is also pointing out that we should strive on our own other projects to also try to build the motivation.
We require street trees, maybe we should plant next one.
Yep, okay, I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding where this is going. It is a common sense approach, but, all right, goal 3, policy 4. I have, why is that in here? I just don't. Help me understand, I guess, the rationale. Yep, yes, please. I mean, are we not doing it?
It's not suggesting that we're not, but it's encouraging us to continue to provide those services that we do and to do that for all current and future residents.
All right, that helps me. What does welcoming accessible mean in goal 3, policy 5? Goal 3, policy 5. Oh, welcoming, okay. Community facilities, events, and development should be welcoming, accessible. What's that mean? What's welcoming, accessible mean?
Accessible by all, and you may have people that are mobility challenged, ADA disabled, whatever.
That's all that means?
Or an
I think it's missing an
Something's not there. There's some words that are not in there.
I think it's missing the word and, welcoming and accessible.
I would think so too. I think there's a language, a grammar thing. I'm all over it. I just think I think there's something missing. No, I think the word and is just missing, but it just seems ran together and I didn't understand what that meant for sure. Okay. Goal 3, policy 6. How does goal 3, policy 6 happen in the remote areas of the county? What was the frame around it to help me understand why it's supported why it is a policy? I guess is what I'm asking.
I think it's just pointing out the value in not just investing in new facilities, but also improving the ones that exist in places. It could be out in the county, it could be underserved, lower income areas that were maybe historically underinvested in. We're recognizing that we should also be focused on, investing in those areas.
I'll say the way I read that specifically is for my district is that we need to focus on recreational spaces in the far reaches of the rural part of the county. That we do not have anything, and I have people that have to drive an hour to use Lakeview Park from the far reaches. That I was very intent to see and excited to see that policy, that we have that in the back of our minds to make places usable, whether that's our waterways, our natural landscape, or the built environment, like accessibility to our firehouses, or use of talking about community facilities built onto those public spaces like firehouses.
Okay, government. So I'm asking, because I think it's an overextension of this, I said overextension of government, it's an overextension, an overreach, I think their words for overreach of this planning process. I'm going to agree with that.
I agree, Sherry. I believe I was the one that commented that at our last meeting, that my fear is that this insinuates a recognition or an agreement of the local planning bodies to recognize an effort to merge services that our community has very distinctly said that they do not want to do. That I thought it should be taken out, is what I said last time. Just that. I didn't want to remove really anything else, but that one I was in favor of taking out.
Thoughts from everybody else on that?
I don't know how the city would think about that. We're talking about number 8, right?
Yes, sir.
It would look to me like that would be solely up to the decision of the governing bodies whether to consolidate or have interlocal agreements, and it should not involve the planning commission or the comprehensive plan.
That's my point. It doesn't fit. It doesn't seem germane to the.
I'm saying it won't happen, and I'm saying I'm not for it. I am for it. I don't think it'll be this plan.
We could potentially edit it, though. I will be, since I did say I'd like to move it out, but the idea of eliminating redundant services and making services more efficient might be applicable, but to encourage the merging of those services was what I really had an interlocal agreement. Right.
I see that works out, but I still think the potential for someone to take that as an intent. And so I'm going to agree with my colleagues that
Squire Blackburn, you get your hand up.
this is, it's not germane to this document, is my thought. But that's my thought. And I say I'm all done.
So listen, this has been a process, and I think it was a very good process, even though this has been a long meeting. Ben, Eric, I appreciate y'all standing up there, answering the questions that the
Yes.
court threw out. But I think it's been a great exercise, and that's why we continue to go on, you know. I wasn't sure what we're gonna do when we got here, and I think, you know, you all knew that, but once we got into it, it's a lot of good information. Squire Sebastian, you know, got to ask her questions and everything, and so I think everybody on the court now has had the opportunity to kind of meet with everybody, and but we appreciate, and Squire Blackburn, I appreciate all your work on this. You've been 2 years, right?
Every bit of it.
Yeah, every bit of it.
Unless they strike.
2019?
I can imagine your
Yeah.
folks will probably be able to.
It's 2019.
Yeah.
Judge, just, you're missing a space. I'll give you one more little tiny edit. The only thing I noticed, growth and development, goal 1, number 6, encourage the listing of is together. So I think it was maybe a good exercise.
Which one was it?
Goal 6, no, sorry, growth and development policies, goal 1, number 6. There's a listing of is one word.
Oh, I see it now. I see it.
Do we have sort of some of the feedback that we provided is maybe good about how we define terms from this? Sorry. Do you find it?
His version doesn't have it, mine does, so it must have been my typo. I must have not pressed the space button.
Could you,
Maybe you didn't, and then once maybe I had actually already caught it on mine,
Probably.
apparently.
I'm just asking, could you maybe take some of the feedback that we've provided tonight in your definition of terms going forward? Some of the concerns that have been brought up about how we
we need to
define those
define, like,
view sheds
agriculture,
and
maybe
other
we define
other
view
things. I think it's applicable in what's been expressed, that some of those concerns that our community is going to have been defined tonight somewhat, or at least the way the elected body sees it.
We'll mention that. We got it already. Brent was nice enough to share with us a list of terms he would like included in that glossary. We forwarded that between staff and the consultant and the board. probably our next talk, be discussing.
Just what's the, neighbor image, so that's my, I didn't create it.
Well, I can read that.
All right, thank you, guys. Court, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll
Thank
finish it up, okay? We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Probably not going to have a whole lot more questions.
Okay, everybody good? We're all back? Alrighty. So, alright, this next one, I'm gonna go ahead and read because it is an ordinance. First reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 50.597 acre tract lot located at 850 Hickman Hill Road from rural residential ARA to agricultural district AG. This property is identified as a portion of PVA map number 104-00-00-005.00. So, Ben, do you want to speak on this at all?
I can.
Let it fly.
So this request initially, I can't really, oh, yeah, no, I can't.
Oh, he can't,
No new
okay,
testimony.
okay. So this will be the first reading of this, and
I was trying to help him. He was chewing. I was trying to help him, that's all.
Judge?
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion that we vote for the record on this. I mean, we've been dealing with it.
yeah, it's first reading, yeah, okay. So,
And I'll say this was what we
Go ahead.
discussed with prior zoning amendments. The court has a couple of choices on how to proceed. One is with an evidentiary hearing here before this body, or to base the decision of this body from the record as provided by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And if I understand your motion, it is to base it off the record as far as the Planning and Zoning Commission that they provided to us, which is in your packet.
and that also has staff findings, all that in there,
It's all in there.
without saying anything or doing anything. Okay. Mike, please. Thank you. Yep.
At the top of agenda item 12, it says, for a 50.597 acre tract located at 850 Hickman Hill. Down in the body,
I think
says
it's a
Shedrick
typo.
Ferry.
I think that's a typo, and it should reflect,
It does.
I think that 850, instead of
change
850,
Shedrick Ferry.
Shedrick Ferry, it should be 850 Hickman
Hickman
Hill.
Hill.
On both documents, both requests is the same.
So that just needs to be corrected.
Okay, so I guess is there any conversation about it? Right, we can talk about it or not?
Well, as far as conversation about how you want to proceed, whether, because I think there's a motion on the floor to proceed as far as through the record is from the Planning and Zoning.
So then it'd be up to if anybody wants to second that motion. Okay.
I'm fine to proceed to vote on the second reading as is.
Using the records that are supplied to us. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Second reading, we're not gonna vote on it.
No, we're not voting on it. We need to know how to
We're not
proceed.
voting. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
We're not having a hearing. is what
Correct.
we're saying.
And, yeah, cut through it, Cliff Notes, yes, that's right.
We might,
Squire Blackburn?
I don't want to say anything that's testimony, right? But I just wanted to point out, in looking at this,
It has to be on the record.
okay,
I don't want us to go sideways, buddy, please.
this says, well, basically, at the end of it, the summary of 12, the back of the first page, says this ordinance is a first reading to approve or deny a zone map amendment from rural residential to agricultural district, showing where it's located and all that. The finding of facts came from the Planning Commission. Is that correct? So, as it is, we would be voting on this based on these finding of facts.
No.
We'd be
What, depending
voting
on-
on it based on the whole record.
Based
Yeah,
upon the
yes.
whole
The
record.
whole record.
Gotcha.
The whole record, not just, depending on which way should
Because
the
you have a
court-
staff report,
Which
you have
way
everything.
should the court want to go?
Everything that's provided to us is what
Everything's in
we,
your staff report?
yes.
Planning, zoning, everything.
Whichever way the court should want to
Yeah.
go,
Gotcha. Thank you.
that decision would then be based upon the record as sent from the planning commission, not testimony or documents that would be provided in a hearing in front of this body.
Yes.
So we would be voting on it based on the whole record.
From the planning commission. The way the motion was stated and the way everybody has seemed to want to move
Yeah.
forward.
Okay.
So we can't take this document, and we're not gonna take any testimony or no hearing, understand all that, but from reading this, can we make finding of facts from this?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yep.
thought so.
Yep. Okay. I guess there's no reason for me to read this next one, is there? Because it's just first reading. So then, Ben, let's go ahead. Is everybody okay with that? Or we're still
Yeah,
in
I'm okay
agreement
with
the same, the next line item, same way, right? Okay, just don't assume anything. Next one, the expanded jurisdiction, and this is a pretty cool thing, so go ahead, Ben.
Switch files. So yeah, this has been in the works since about the beginning of the year. Our chief building official has gone through a proctored plan review and is now qualified to review and permit high hazard. This is going to be really good for our department. It will coincide with a pay bump for the building official, but that will easily be offset by just one high hazard permit. So it'll quickly be worth our while, especially with the bourbon boom going on. All bourbon barrel warehouses are considered high hazard. And right now, those would go through the state, and the state would retain a good portion of that permitting fee. So we're going to try to retain all that for the county instead of sharing it with the state.
So, thank you, Ben. So just to kind of put that in perspective, one bourbon warehouse is over $7,000 to inspect. But the cool thing is, let's say Buffalo Trace, the entire campus is considered high hazard. So even if they do an improvement on the security shack or anything like that, that's all high hazard. So the state wouldn't be getting those revenue, we would be getting them.
Correct.
Squire Wisman.
Couple questions. The first being, would this move this position into a hazardous pay type of scenario in any way? And the second is, has anyone had a conversation about what kind of impact this will have to our insurance premiums and our policy? I generally like the idea. I am a little concerned about potential blowback of any project that may come back on us, and if there's a certification the state has deemed appropriate, but those are more of my concerns about how there could be recourse against this court in the future for those inspections. Of course, there's with anything we do already is that way, but the level of detail with these, if it is going to subject us maybe to needing additional staffing, and then the insurance and the position, I would imagine that there may be an argument that this becomes a hazardous position.
I would not know the answer to that, honestly. He has not said anything like that to us. Would HR know that? So we're talking about the, us doing the expanded jurisdiction over like bourbon warehouses and things like that for our building inspector. So Squire Wisman asked, do you think there's an added cost for insurance for us? And would he be considered high hazardous pay at that point because he's doing bourbon warehouses?
Or other hazardous sites.
I don't know offhand, but I can see.
Call in, you can call Keiko to find out if it's gonna be an additional premium pretty easily.
Squire, I think they're closed right now.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
I'm just gonna say this, if we keep on hanging around, it'll be open back up.
Just wait 12 hours.
I'm just gonna say on site bourbon warehouses, I mean, they're not required to wear hard hats, they're not required to wear safety vests, they're not required, so I don't understand why it would be a.
I don't think it would be,
Personally,
and he's never said anything about it. I don't think it would be.
Nothing in there, there's no liquor.
Yeah,
nothing
it's
in
empty
there.
at that point.
But this is expanding into hazardous. There could be situations that they could step into those, and if we're opening that to that type of position.
But currently, our electrical inspectors inspect them. right? And they're not high hazard. Aren't they doing the warehouses?
Yeah, what is?
So they're doing, and they're not high hazard.
Just
Yeah,
questions
no,
I'd
no,
like to
it's a great,
find.
it's a great question,
Yeah.
but I'm sitting there walking through it in my head,
I'm
and,
not trying to discredit your
no,
question.
no, no,
I just-
no. But our electrical inspectors are inspecting them now.
It's good to check it
So
out.
I think that would fall under the same thing. So I'm confident in saying no.
But hazardous could be potentially a gas works facility at the dump, or some other type of thing that we could inspect
Potentially.
that could come about in this community
Yeah.
that would impact that position.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to be caught with our
Yeah,
pants down
no,
right on anything.
understandable. But I think actually talking through that, I think we're okay. Squire Blackburn?
So the state already does those
Yeah.
inspections.
Yeah.
So that's one avenue, and then DLG would be another one.
Oh, that's right, you're the OSHA guy here. But wouldn't you agree, Squire Blackburn, if our electrical inspectors are already inspecting the same buildings, it wouldn't be any different than that, in theory?
I agree with
Yeah,
that
okay.
100%.
Just to-
But how they look at it,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
insurance premium, your rating modification could be adjusted and affect your premium.
It could be, but I'm speculating, the only way to find out would be to ask them.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah.
I agree.
But
It's under the umbrella of what they're already covering in those duties.
Yeah.
You know, what they're already licensed to do, then I wouldn't.
How many of you know, how many is he gonna inspect all that? I doubt what I doubt don't make any difference, that's the ask.
It's a good bit of revenue, what we have going
My,
on.
my bigger concern is that there just may be a more significant financial impact than what we realize. And I'd like to conditionally say I'm supportive, but if it shows up that it's something drastic,
Yeah.
you know, I
We
want to be
we can
able to come
always
back.
revisit it. Yeah, okay. Everybody good?
Mic on.
All right, thank you. All right, Ben, thank you very much.
Sure, thank you all.
Thanks, Ben.
Duke. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Good evening. You should have brought us dinner back, I mean. Yeah,
Hanging out.
yeah,
I got a power bar in the car.
yeah.
Do you see it? Do you see it? Anybody need candy?
All right, Duke, go ahead, buddy. We're getting a little slap happy here, but
So-
keep moving.
KCO did their annual salt auction on June the 12th. And it looks like Morton Salt, which is the same one we had last year, won the bid. Unfortunately, salt went up $3.80 a ton. It is what it is.
How much salt do you think we have left over from last season, Duke?
I think we got about
500-600?
500 ton
Yeah.
probably.
Okay. And we average about 2,000, I think, is what they
Somewhere
told
around
me,
that
somewhere around
neighborhood,
there.
yeah.
And how many ton will that big warehouse hold?
110,000.
More than we can
Neither.
More will ever be able to pay.
Eric, it was designed for 5,000, in all seriousness. But Duke and I have talked about using the front end of it off-season for, they could
I know.
store topsoil there, they could store equipment. That's one of the things that was done prior to us taking office, and we didn't catch the size of it, but, Yeah, yeah. So, any questions on that for Duke?
Just a comment, if I could, Judge. I'm always cognizant in this community that we use so much salt in the wintertime, and we've got everything that runs right into those streams and right into that Kentucky River. And I believe the city and the county at both at one point tried that beet sugar juice, but I'm wondering if there's some other alternatives we could start looking at. I know there's other options that I'd like to explore a little in the future.
I think that would come down to retrofitting vehicles, I mean, it'd be astronomical.
Yeah, and a lot of the things ended up, they have some contents of salt too, hidden in them too, so. I agree, I don't like salt either, but I guess it's kind of where we are. But I'm all for looking
After
for
goals of
alternatives.
protecting our streams and
Yeah,
climate
I-
change,
I know.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
like we've
Well,
got
I
to.
know on my road, which is a terrible county road, they use cinders on
Yeah.
the road to help.
I know if you
with
don't salt them,
retention
you'll be getting phone calls every
and
time.
other things, so I know.
You can put urea on there, it costs you about $300 a ton.
All righty, Duke, thank you. Max, this next one. I'll let you have this one, buddy.
If you all will recall, we were here and during public comments, there was a citizen who wanted to change the exotic wildlife ordinance to, I guess, include the ability to have hognose snakes. So I took a look at, it is 301 KAR 282, which is put out by the Department for Fish and Wildlife on transportation and holding of live exotic wildlife. And what I did was took our ordinance that spoke about what you were permitted to have, and I mirrored what is in that KAR for our ordinance, and that is as far as the definitions. And so that is what you have there in front of you is that revised portion of that ordinance.
And I will say, Mr. Harbor, I believe, that Mitzi passed a note in, he was unable to make it. He wanted to be here tonight, but he was very appreciative that we are taking this up, and he looks forward to being here during our second reading. He had a family thing come up. So, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. County Attorney, maybe you can help me understand. Why is there a distinction in the wording of A, which says shall not import or possess, and B, which says the possession or importation of the following dangerous exotic species prohibited? Because we're basically saying all these are prohibited. So is there...
Some are prohibited with certain permits.
Some are? Okay, so that's the distinction. Okay, that helps me right there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are some permits and some certifications that you can get there.
When we first talked about this, he was just wanting to come in and have a state, right? He wanted to be able, Franklin County
He wanted to be able to have that one particular snake. And when I went and looked at our ordinance compared to what the state has as far as this KAR, there were several differences, some ones that the state had that we did not have, some changes in wording. Let's see if I can give.
So you basically updated it so we mirror
I
what the state
updated
is
it
doing.
to mirror what the
basically.
state's doing.
Yeah. To your point, Squire Harry, yes.
Thank you.
Judge, Max, could you speak to, specifically, wolf or hybrid wolves were removed? And I didn't see it reflected anywhere else in here. That one caught my eye. Having known some situations in our county in the past, is that they're not prohibited anywhere in this document or the states currently?
Not as of, let's see. This was last updated, it looks like, effective 2/2/23. And so, like I said, the animals that are on there are as of the last revision of this document.
So nothing precludes us from adding that back
That's what you all...
including a wolf.
And a cougar.
And, yeah, I kind of thought those too, but.
Can't wait to get a snow leopard. My wife would be so happy.
I would
I
sort
better
of,
stay off marketplace. My car addiction is going to go to animals now.
I was kind of the opinion that 26 and 27 that were scratched through, I'd like to leave in. Just because I remember a scenario that happened in this county in the past or nearby, but.
Completely whatever you all want to do. I just took it and mirrored what the state did.
No, the wolf or hybrid wolf over 25%, which in
Cougar or
theory you
mountain
would think would be dangerous. I would assume that's why.
No, it doesn't. You can have a cougar.
Well, this would be allowing that to happen. I'm saying we should continue to exclude those.
I couldn't believe that the state would allow that. Big ass cat.
What are you? He wants to add it back in. 26, 27, right, Squire?
Yes.
Yeah. So if it's a will, we can. If not, we could always leave it out, and then if somebody comes in and wants a request that we change it at that time, we could go that way too. Because this is what the state has right here.
Correct.
Thoughts from the court?
I would imagine that it's maybe removed because Fish and Wildlife has reintroduced those to some areas of the state, but generally not a native or an active native here to our county, and there's no reintroduction efforts in my mind that would warrant that, so I would just like to keep those in as prohibited.
So my understanding, this is going to be a zoo This, we're doing this in our
You
basement.
talking here tonight?
No, I mean.
Oh. Just wanted clarification.
I just,
He's trading in reptiles, I think.
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Throw that to us?
The way,
I think it's your district, Sherry.
the way
No,
that
it's
it
my
was
district.
written, the way that it was written, that particular snake was not permitted. But there, according to him, in his presentation in the scientific community, there have been some studies and that I believe they didn't figure that this was a fanged, dangerous animal as
I'll
was.
take his word for it. I don't want to bring it in.
So just so everybody realizes, what's on the list you can't have, right? Or you can have? Can't, yeah.
So everything on this list you can't have.
Right.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying, you can't have it.
Yeah.
We're
So
not,
that's what, so,
which is
Eric,
why I'm asking
Squire Wilson,
to
I'll probably say,
exclude.
agree with you. 26, 27, we could leave on the list as prohibited in Franklin County. Is that clear to everybody? Yeah, okay, sorry, I know everybody's a little tired, I just wanted to circle back. Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Is everybody good? So the funny thing is, I have to admit, during break, I was like, your office is dark. I'm like, Amy left. She totally left. Everyone's like, I haven't seen her. I guess she's gonna zoom in. I just told Jack, I said, oh, wait till we see her in the morning. Oh, yeah, and then you snuck in, so. How are you doing tonight?
Great.
Good.
Okay, so we've got the second reading of Budget Amendment Number 4. We did our first reading May 22nd. It has been approved by DLG, and now it's coming before you for the second reading. And this is amending in additional revenues that we need.
Any questions on Amy on these transfers? Okay.
It's not a
No.
question on the transfers, but it is, we're on 17, right?
We're on the amendment.
So,
Amendment 4.
yeah, so my question is our FY '24 living budget shows 34 million and change. So as we end, and that is as we near the end of the fiscal year, where did that budget, excluding capital expenses and federal projects, where did we start the year? We're gonna end at 34 and change. We started at 32, 31, just trying to
Yeah, no.
reconcile, because stuff has happened.
Let me see if I have that.
If it's not imperative I have it now, you can send it to us all in an email.
I do have it. We started at 31.6.
Okay, thank you. I thought we were like at 32, so I was close enough. All right, thank you, thank you.
Any other questions on this agenda item?
34,
All right.
26.
The next agenda item is budget transfers, and this is just movement from one account to another to cover some expenses that were over budget. And this does not affect the budget, it's just movement of.
Questions on this agenda item? I know it's a lot, and we're days away from the last day of the budget, so there's a lot of information here. Everybody good? Okay, go
The
ahead.
next item, cash transfers. I do these on a quarterly schedule, and this is our last cash transfer, and it's moving funds from the general fund to the funds that are needing, and we're also moving funds from the clerk fund to the general fund.
Okay?
And then my final agenda item is the treasurer's report. In your packet, you've got the revenue and expenses, and then you also have the fund balances for the 11 months ending May 31st. Receipts at 43.3, expenditures at 32.3. Adding in the fund balance as of June of '23 gives us a fund balance of $32 million. And I do want to point out, because I know we had some discussion about the opioid, if you look at that column, the opioid fund has $430,000 in it right now.
Squire Sebastian.
My question is are all of the benefits paid out for staff who have separated in this fiscal year, or are we going to see some expenses come to us in FY25 that are for staff who've separated?
You will see some in the next budget year.
And be prepared, y'all.
Yes.
Be prepared for sticker shock. Thank you.
Any other questions? Amy, thank you. It has been a great year. We're going to finish strong in the next couple of days. Positive thoughts. And I think everyone, department head, staff, all the team have really worked together to really kind of focus on the budgets and sticking to the budgets. And I truly appreciate that. And I know the court does too. So thank you, everybody. All
Amy,
right.
if you need caffeine or sweets in the next 2 weeks, feel free to call any of us, right?
Next agenda item is our payment of claims. Does anybody have any questions for Kim on payment of claims? Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple, just quick ones. So on the first page, under account 01500538332, I apologize, the codification. Earlier in this fiscal year, we found some discrepancies in the codification. You all remember that?
Trying to remember. Keep
Against what we had actually voted on. There was an issue very early in this court that we found that was not the same in the codification.
Okay.
So my question is, has that been corrected? And I don't know, I don't remember off the top of my head what it is.
I'm trying to remember.
Because we're paying for edits to it, and I just want to make sure everything is back the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. I don't
We
know
talked
the
about it,
answer
it
to
was a
that.
big thing when we first found it. And I
Can we
don't
talk
remember-
about it? I don't remember. Do you remember? mean,
I
not
remember it,
necessarily.
but I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
I don't remember the issue is the problem. I can go back through notes, but I just, I don't have it at
Kim,
the
is anything
ready.
jumping out at you or Max?
No.
And it will be a deep dive. I'll have to go back and look at a bunch of notes.
And I don't know if this is what you were talking about, but there was a notice provision at one point in time that was brought up last year. It was a notice provision, I think, that was in an old set of rules. And then it was not in
There,
a late, but
there's
I don't-
a discrepancy. I remember, and we've talked
I
about it.
remember it.
I know you
It's
remember.
coming close, because it's something we talked about in court, and then it never
Yes.
happened.
Yes,
And it got switched a different way.
yes.
We'll all sleep on it. I'll think about that. It
And
will
I'll
come.
think about it too, but I just want to,
Yeah.
this prompted me to come back
Yeah.
to just revisit that. I'm not having an issue with this bill.
No, yeah.
It just prompted that
Okay.
reminder. I do have a question though on page 5 under general court bills, 015217-479, waste tire recycling. It says unspent waste tire grant. We spent it on something. It wouldn't be in here. Help me understand what that note means.
I'm not sure.
Anybody?
Kim, do you know what that note means there on the description?
We did not, we got awarded 4,000 and we did not spend it all.
Yeah.
So we had to give it back.
So does this mean we gave it back?
Yes, we have to give it back.
And we couldn't find a way to spend it?
I'm not sure on that. Oh, here's Duke. Sorry.
Sherry,
Yep. I'm just trying to make
I
sure.
wasn't, part of that's my fault, because I wasn't aware that we got a grant for waste tires. And we had a bunch down at the road department. and I talked to Michael out at the state, and he was kind enough to let us haul several dump truck loads out there and put in their dumpster. Had I known about this, we probably would have used that money out,
I guarantee it.
but it was,
I totally understand.
Now,
I
that's all-
understand.
Yeah,
I just wasn't sure because it says it's unspent, but it's showing up as an expenditure. So it has to show one way or the other, so
Right.
I'm just trying to make sure I understood.
Tell Michael, thank you.
yeah, absolutely, I did.
I appreciate him more than I can say all the time.
Duke, thank you. Yep,
Thank you.
yep.
I just have one more comment, and it's seeing this in the bills that made me think of it. There is a item in here in general fund for like flowers and mulch and things like that. I know we had talked in the past, when possible, and of course school was out, probably when this hit, but to utilize Franklin County and Western Hills as much as possible for flowers next door at Lakeview Park. Now, this is, school's out.
Yeah.
I know, so
Yeah.
I know the why, but I'm only bringing that up as we think about that when we do our spring planning and
Yep.
stuff, that we really utilize, because those kids do a great job. I mean, and they are showing to the rest of the community what they're learning in the classroom, they're putting a product out, and that's pretty darn amazing that we have that, and a lot of places don't have it. I just,
And we did this spring, we
Yep. And so I just, when I see it, it just always makes me think, don't forget, we want to use them as much as we
Yeah,
can.
absolutely.
But in the summer, when they're closed,
And there's some seasonal changes.
Man, we can't do it.
Summer, yeah.
yep, we can't do it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on payment of claims? Alrighty, authorization to go into closed session per KRS 61.8101F, discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment of an individual employee.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We are in closed session. Authorization to return in open session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, we're in open session. Any questions on the seasonal golf employees? Seeing none. Ashley, would you like to bring this next one up? It's authorization to approve opening the admin code review. Can you just give kind of a quick update of where we are with that, please?
Yes, so we have had several think sessions with the Administrative Services Committee, just looking at updating language, making things concise. Some things are kind of out of place and don't read real well, so that's where we are right now. We don't have anything to present tonight, so this is just strictly an ask to make sure that we're all on the same page, that it's under review.
Judge, can we define, we get to open the admin code in June, so any changes we want to about anything.
I don't want to get into it tonight.
Yeah.
Can we retain this open until the next meeting and circulate, how do we want to circulate any?
Absolutely.
Changes, recommendations? I want to look at some things about our meeting schedule and the process we have and so on. So how do we want to address some of those things that are not personnel?
I'm fine with all that. I think we just have a meeting. We have whatever you want to do. We want it on the agenda because, we wanted it to be shown on here. Right. But ultimately, I'm not going to be a kind of judge executive that says we only open it in June. That's not it. So, yes, I think we just work together and we have some conversations and we figure out. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sparky.
Thank you, Judge. So could we get, like, the comments from the rest of the court, what you would like to see sent to the Administrative Services Committee? So we could put all that together in one document and circulate it rather than a piece here and a piece there. We're already looking at a model to utilize, and that way it's all together in one place rather than getting 7 different pieces. Because that's hard to keep up with. I'm only suggesting that. I'm going to see what everybody thinks, but it's a lot easier to look at one like that rather than multiple pieces.
I'd like that,
okay?
and then maybe all of us meet in a special meeting to comb through that and set aside some time to do it and what's changed.
Maybe if the Administrative Services Committee could pull all the pieces together and put it in one, then we could come back maybe at a meeting of the whole.
Yeah. And go over it. It'll be a little bit closer.
If that works for everybody.
Go ahead.
We're looking at,
Hold on.
we're looking at using Warren County as a template and changing it to fit Franklin County, which would make it more readable.
Go ahead, Max.
Just so everybody knows, and so it's clear, there's a statute directly on amending the code, and when it can be done, and by which group it can be done by. So the Fiscal Court can do it by themselves during the month of June. Outside of the month of June, it has to come from the judge executive. I mean, that's statutorily written in there.
The judge can open it at any point in time for us to make amendments, right, throughout the year, but June is the only time.
The statute, I'll read you the exact language from the statute. The Fiscal Court shall review the county administrative code annually during the month of June and may, by a 2/3 majority of the entire fiscal court, amend the county administrative code at that time. And I think at that time, when you talk about the month of June, it goes on to say, the county judge executive may at other times prepare and submit amendments to the code for the approval of the majority of the fiscal court. So I'm thinking when we get outside of June, I just want everybody.
But as long as I'm presenting it, so let's say one of the squires comes to me
and says I would like
to
this,
see A, B, C, D.
Yes.
I mean,
but it's who's presenting it.
Okay.
And if I may, there are, and I'm speaking strictly on the Personnel Administration chapter, okay, just for clarity. If I may, there's already several changes underway that have not been made yet, but that have just been discussed in the Administrative Services Committee. So it seems kind of order of events, if I could compile that first, get it as final as we would like it to be, and then, whatever, judge's pleasure is to distribute it, however you want to go about that. I just think that that would just make it a little cleaner.
And I will also add, that is the largest section of what makes up our administrative code. So we tried to tackle that first on purpose. so that the other elements may not be as lengthy to go through. And it needed the most work, clearly, from review, and probably everybody's nodding their head, you will agree too, so.
I was looking at ours online today. It still has the last court's name on it, but it also dictates that we'll review it annually, adopt a new one, and have it updated there for us. So we're out of compliance 2 years effectively already. But can we make it just a note for ourselves? Let's put it on the agenda, very first of June for going forward, so that this body can re-adopt or change it, whatever it needs to be. But we need to be re-adopting that every year, according to our own code.
The past court dealt with one with everybody else's name on it for 3.5 years, and then when our name got put on it right as we were leaving.
Of course, the judge is very agreeable to correcting it and making a better code, and it's up to him now, and it always has been, but if we're gonna comply with next year to rewrite the code and get it done by June, we gotta start on it in January. Whether, because you can't do it in a month.
But
You
it
can't
But in
do it.
theory, we'll have the new one,
But I-
and there shouldn't be that many changes. I mean, we're really
Well, once we
starting
get it
from
redone,
scratch.
it won't
Yeah,
change.
that's what I'm saying, but right now, we're literally starting from scratch.
But it currently says that we'll re-adopt it every June.
Gotcha,
I think it's every
yeah.
June.
That shouldn't be a
On the
problem.
front page of the thing, and we've not delved into it at all
Yeah.
yet, so.
So you're right, after we get it done, it should not
Yeah.
be that much of a deal. Maybe nothing at all, just to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. Any questions on the P&Z director? Seeing none, okay. Any questions on light equipment operators, plural? Any question on the salary increase for the building inspector for the expanded jurisdiction?
We did have that question of insurance, how that affects that, but I don't think that would affect, it's not gonna affect my vote moving forward, but I think it's something we need to know
Okay,
as a whole.
we'll check into that.
Sure, that's
Yeah.
a good question.
All righty, thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other business, anybody have any other business?
Yeah, I got one request, if you don't mind. I'd like to request that Chief Brewer,
He jumped up again. He just woke up, he woke him up.
he thought he was gonna go to sleep, I stopped that.
I hope camera got that. The kid just got in trouble in school or something.
I would like for him to show me, however, whatever the correct term is, every fire department of the county with their equipment in it or wherever it might be, so I at least see what we got. Look at the building. I don't know where all the fire departments are, actually. I only know where 3 of them are, I think. And sometime at your convenience, could you take me around let's review the whole thing, the fire stations and the equipment and the roads
Chief,
there?
he said he's gonna buy you lunch that day.
You know what, I wanna see the firemen carry, I wanna see you carry him. I said, put him in the carry.
Either drive me, carry me, or pack me, as according to where you've run.
He's not doing anything tonight, he can take you.
Waffle House, that's close to one of them, is that close to one of them?
It is.
He said it.
But I wanna go for my information only, and I would certainly like, if anybody wants to go with us, and if he'll do it.
That's funny.
I know where they all are.
All right, good, you can take me, can you show me that, yeah, you could.
All right, Chief, you got a request there. Thank you.
Well, sure enough,
While the chief is here, Chief, are we under a burn ban because it's been so dry, or because it rained today?
We have not done any official burn ban.
All right.
We advise people who have called in just to be cautious. Hopefully, if the rain comes through last night and
Got
today,
it.
help us out.
Thank you so much.
Judge, just one thing. I just wanted to request if county attorney can maybe help me pull together, and Chief, since it's brought up a bit, I've been having a couple of issues with burning on lands in my district that has been a lot of phone calls, and I'd like to review what our policies are about burning large space, disposal of vegetation, preparation for development, and generally how fires, rubbish, and garbage and otherwise can impact their neighbors. I'd like to take a look at what we have in place, if anything. Yeah.
Out in the county?
In the county. Specifically in more populated areas. I know other communities have some regulations about how you can impact air quality and otherwise. I'd like to take a look at what we have currently and maybe some recommendations for,
Okay.
the future.
Chief, maybe you.
So, just to respond to that, to my knowledge, we follow the Kentucky Division of Forestry burning regulations, which are laid out in KRS. But as far as any specific county ordinances, I'm not aware of any that we have in place to have extra restrictions beyond those for any burning. If there's issues, we do try to get air quality involved. If it's something illegal burning, we try to always find that happy medium for the developer, the property owners, and then anyone adjacent to that.
If it's natural vegetation, it's completely legal.
Right, and it becomes an issue if you have someone burning, they're following all the laws that they're supposed to, and then you have someone who's close to it that may be suffering the effects of it, so.
I'm kind of thinking of drafting an ordinance for us to look at that would dictate that parcels that are actively being developed, disposal for materials, let's say for land clearing, cannot be disposed of in just big bonfires. I'd rather see those done in ways, at least in areas that are populated. We have areas of our community that are within the county, but are very, Chopeville, for instance, right, is a fairly populated area to have impact of fires, and that's where one has been in multiple places there that I've got complaints about recently, going back, a year and a half, that I'd like to look at let's have some conversations about how you dispose of land clearing activity when you're intent to develop a property, and also something about minimum lot size to be able to have, or minimum clearance to neighbors to have things like rubbish fires or open container backyard fires. City has spark arrestor regulations and all those kinds of things that I would like to look at replicating in areas of the county that are fairly populated.
Rubbish fires are illegal anyway. If it's natural vegetation, it's controlled by forestry, correct?
Yes, forestry does the open burn
Right.
regulations.
Yeah, now if there's trash or anything in it, you can't do it. That's illegal, it has to be extinguished, but if it's natural vegetation.
I think it's a really specific thing, because like, as far as Westman was talking, we've had a bunch near Governor's Place. And you've got a whole neighborhood of folks, and the way the weather pattern is, that's a large area. You got 5 acres, and then you put the burn pile 60 feet from somebody's house, and the wind's blowing towards the neighborhood. Everybody wakes up in the morning, everything they have is covered in ashes. And smoke's going through their house, they got their windows open. I get it, and I get both sides of it, because I grew up in the country, we burned every tree that fell in. But how you do it, not a matter of controlling it, but just being courteous, and that's hard to govern.
Okay. Maybe y'all can look at that and talk about it. Alrighty. We ready to go?
Let's go.
Alrighty, we are going to move into our June 26, 2024 voting session. Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Dykus.
Here.
Squire Harrod. Here. Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Wisman.
Present.
Judge Mueller.
Present. Authorization for approval of minutes from regular meeting of June 5, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve order of allowance up to the Board of Assessment Appeals. County Clerk.
So moved.
Did you get that, Clerk?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve renewal of inmate health services agreement with Western Kentucky Correctional Healthcare LLC DBA Comprehensive Correction Care 3C beginning July 1, 2024, ending June 30th, 2025.
So moved.
Hold on, Judge.
With the
We had an amendment.
change in the provision for,
Yes.
it is a 1-year contract with renewals up to 4 years. Is that what the motion is?
That was correct.
And that the litigation, the venue be in Franklin County.
Yes.
So is that the motion that's currently in front of you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. County Attorney. And so,
Second, did anyone?
second, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to award a bid to the Shepherd's House sole bidder for the Substance Abuse Program, SAP.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve tri-mark agreement to design the kitchen at Lakeview Park.
So, second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve an agreement with Net Recovery.
Is it my understanding that you're making this motion with going and talking to Net Recovery regarding litigation being in Franklin County and to adding the provision in regarding the Isaiah House?
And I did just get a text that said, yes, Isaiah House. I forgot to add the other, but if you'll send that to me, I'll get it changed.
I think it'll be fine, yeah. You good?
The recovery,
Yes.
with the contract with those two
And
modifications.
an allocation of $75,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not
So
on the
moved.
contract right now.
Second.
So moved.
I'll say.
Just clarify.
No, I'm glad you're paying attention. All those in favor say
We're
aye.
clearly all asleep.
I've only been paying attention for
I'm just trying to keep you on your toes, you know what I mean? I know. You're helping me, because I'm fading.
Judge, call your
It's
vote
been a long
again.
day.
Call your vote again. You didn't get a,
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Second. All those in agreement? All, rest? We had a first and a second, right?
Yes, Harry.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
for a
those-
third time.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay. Authorization to approve request from Farmdale Sanitation District to increase funding of Community Development Block Grant CDBG Agreement 22-043.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of a Kentucky House Bill HB 1 Jail Arraignment Equipment Phase 2 Grant Application for up to $44,018 in HB 1 project funds with the Department of Local Government, DLG.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the completion and filing of a Government Resource Accelerated Needs Transformation Grant Program of 2024 project application for up to $1.25 million grant program of 2024 funds with the Cabinet for Economic Development.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution approving the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan in accordance with KRS 100.193.
I'll move to approve as amended.
Approve as
Second
amended
that.
with, in,
Well, do we have the amendment, do you have the amendments that we made?
and I think that can, I know goal 1, policy 2, to add in language about the county park plan,
Strike goal 5.
strike goal 5.
Take out
One of them,
goal 3, policy 8, and growth and development.
Yeah, strike number 8 under goal 3, transportation infrastructure,
And then the 2 typos.
and then the 2 typos.
Thank you, Ben.
second, or I'll move that, whatever. Has it got a motion on the floor?
I made the motion.
I second it, yeah.
Okay, second.
We've already done all that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Alrighty, this is the first reading of, no vote will be taken. First reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinance for a 50.597 acre tract located at 850 Hickman Hill Road from rural residential ARA to agriculture district AG. The property is identified as a portion of PVA map number 104-00-00-005.00. Again, no vote will be taken at this time. First reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 4.576 acre tract located at 850 Hickman Hill Road from rural residential ARA to rural residential district RR. The property is identified as a portion of the PVA map number 104-00-00-005.00. No vote will be taken at this time. Authorization to approve expanded jurisdiction program agreement with the Commonwealth of Kentucky Department of Housing, Building, and Construction.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to award a bid to Morton Salt, the best bidder for de-icing salt.
So moved. I'll second.
Did you get that, clerk?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. This is the first reading of ordinance amending ordinance number 7, subsection 90.21 relating to the possession, keeping of exotic wildlife, protected wildlife, endangered species in the Franklin County, Kentucky. No vote will be taken at this time.
And that to first reading as amended, correct, Judge?
Correct. As amended. Thank you. Did you get that clear?
Yes.
Okay, making sure. Second reading of an amendment number 4 to ordinance number 7-2023 relating to budget for fiscal year 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve budget transfers for fiscal year 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve cash transfers for fiscal year 2023-2024.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny payment of any claim? No motion was made. Let the record reflect payments are to be paid. Authorization to hire Caden Bratton as a seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Benjamin Schrader as seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve to open the admin code review.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Autumn Goddard-Wise as planning zone director.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Stephen Jones II as light equipment operator.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Malik Beasley as light equipment operator.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Stephen Murphy as light equipment operator.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Tyler Lacy as light equipment operator.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a salary increase to Greg Owens, Chief Building Inspector.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned. Thank you, guys.